There is something buried beneath the American continent that the history books quietly skip over, not because the evidence is thin, not because the archaeologists haven't found it, but because what they have found doesn't fit neatly into the story we were all taught to believe. Long before Columbus crossed the Atlantic, long before the first Spanish boot touched Caribbean sand, long before any European eye looked west and called it a new world, something extraordinary was already here. Vast cities rose and fell on this continent. Engineering projects that moved millions of tons of earth unfolded across centuries without a single wheel, without a single iron tool, without a single horse. Road networks stitched together territories the size of modern nations. Astronomical observatories mapped the skies with a precision that still humbles researchers today. And then, in most cases, silence. The people scattered, the cities emptied, the roads grew over. The memory of it all faded so completely that when Europeans finally arrived and saw the ancient earthworks and the overgrown mounds and the ghost outlines of plazas and avenues and canals, they assumed none of it could possibly be the work of the people standing in front of them. They invented myths instead. They invented lost tribes and vanished races. They invented anything but the obvious truth, which was that the people of this continent had been building, thinking, trading, governing, and dreaming in ways that rivaled anything happening in the old world at the same time, and in some cases surpassed it. This video is about those lost megastructures, the ones that still exist, half buried and misunderstood, the ones that have been excavated and then quietly filed away in academic journals that most people never read, the ones that raise questions so uncomfortable that mainstream history has simply chosen not to ask them out loud. If you are watching this to fall asleep, that is exactly why I make these videos. Settle in. Let the questions wash over you. You do not need to solve anything tonight. Just let the mystery breathe. Maybe subscribe if you want more nights like this one, and let me know where you are right now and what time it is. Someone out there is listening from a farmhouse in rural Ohio, not far from mounds that were already ancient when Rome was still a village. Someone else is listening from a city that was built right on top of a civilization it never bothered to remember. Wherever you are closer to this history. There is a ridge that runs along the southern edge of a quiet county in Ohio where the land does funny things. Rises and falls in patterns that feel too deliberate for geology. Curves in arcs that seem almost architectural. If you walk the ridge at dusk, when the light comes in low and long across the grass, you start to see it. The earthen walls, the ditches, the geometric shapes drawn across the landscape at a scale that takes your breath away. This is the Newark earthworks, and it is one of the most astonishing things ever built in the history of the human species. At its peak, around 2,000 years ago, the Newark complex covered more than 4 square miles of the Licking County floodplain. 4 square miles of precisely engineered earthworks, including a perfect circle nearly 1,200 feet in diameter, a square enclosure of comparable size, an octagon whose 8 sides are each approximately 350 feet long, and a set of connecting walls and avenues that stretched for miles through the surrounding landscape. The people who built this were the Hopewell culture, a civilization that flourished in the Ohio River Valley and surrounding regions from roughly 100 BC to 500 AD. They left no written language that we can decipher. They left no royal genealogies carved in stone. They left no triumphant war monuments or lists of conquered territories. What they left instead were these, geometric earthworks of staggering precision, built from nothing but human hands, wooden tools, baskets, and an understanding of mathematics and astronomy that researchers are still trying to fully unpack. The Newark octagon alone is a masterpiece of observational astronomy. It is oriented so that its 8 openings align with the 8 extreme moonrise and moonset positions over the 18.6-year lunar cycle. The moon, as seen from the center of the octagon, traces a complete predictable pattern across the sky over nearly 2 decades, and the people who built Newark encoded every single position of that cycle into the geometry of their earthworks. This is not coincidence. This is not accident. This is engineering. It is the product of multi-generational observation and calculation passed down through whatever system of knowledge transfer the Hopewell used, refined and checked against the actual sky year after year for generations, until someone said, now we are ready to build. And then they built it, by hand, over years, possibly over decades, using nothing but the tools the earth itself provided. The mathematician and archaeoastronomer Ray Hively and the philosopher Robert Horn spent years measuring and remeasuring the Newark earthworks in the 1980s, and then again in updated studies. What they found was that the precision of the lunar alignments at Newark exceeds what you would expect from coincidence by enormous margins. The probability that these alignments are accidental is so vanishingly small that it is effectively impossible. These people knew exactly what they were doing. They were encoding the cycle of the moon into the physical landscape of their homeland in a way that would endure long after any individual memory could. But here is the thing about Newark that makes it even stranger and even more humbling. The people who built it were not a settled urban civilization in the way we usually imagine. They did not live in Newark, at least not in any permanent, dense way. The earthworks were almost certainly a ceremonial and civic center, a place that people traveled to from across a wide region for gatherings, rituals, exchanges, and whatever other purposes those enormous geometric spaces were designed to serve. Imagine a people spread across hundreds of miles of river valleys and forests, living in small villages and dispersed settlements for most of the year, and then periodically converging on this vast geometric temple complex to do whatever it was they came here to do. The scale of what they built makes more sense when you think about it that way. This was not a city. This was a cathedral built not to the glory of a God whose name we know, but to the glory of the sky and the earth and the great cycling patterns that governed everything, in a world where you lived or died by your ability to read the natural world correctly. And the Hopewell were not alone. They were not even the only Hopewell site. Across Ohio and into neighboring states, the landscape is scattered with hundreds of earthwork complexes, some simple, some staggeringly complex, all sharing that same geometric vocabulary. Circles and squares and octagons, paired enclosures connected by long straight avenues. Sacred geometries repeated across hundreds of miles of territory with a consistency that implies a shared intellectual and spiritual tradition of enormous sophistication. At High Bank Works, near Chillicothe, another circle and octagon complex repeats the Newark pattern almost exactly, oriented to the same lunar cycle, separated from Newark by about 60 miles. At Mound City, now part of Hopewell Culture National Historical Park, a square enclosure contains the remains of dozens of charnel houses where the Hopewell processed and honored their dead in rituals that involved elaborate grave goods from across the continent, obsidian from Yellowstone, copper from the shores of Lake Superior, mica from the Appalachians, shark teeth and marine shells from the Gulf Coast, alligator skulls from Florida, grizzly bear teeth from the Rockies. The Hopewell Trade Network, which archaeologists call the Hopewell Interaction Sphere, connected peoples and places across a territory that spans most of what is now the eastern United States and beyond. This was not occasional contact. This was a functioning continental exchange network, moving materials and ideas, and probably people, across thousands of miles, with a regularity and organization that implies something far more sophisticated than a loose collection of isolated villages. What were they trading all of this material for? What were they communicating across all of those miles? What shared beliefs or practices tied together peoples as far apart as the Florida coast and the Rockies? We do not know with certainty. What we know is that for roughly 600 years, this network functioned, and then it did not. Around 500 AD, the Hopewell interaction sphere collapses. The great earthwork building projects stop. The elaborate burial rituals fade. The long-distance trade in exotic materials dwindles. The network goes quiet, and no one knows exactly why. Climate change is one theory. Shifts in rainfall patterns that disrupted agriculture. Overpopulation of certain regions. Internal political fragmentation as the network grew too large to sustain its own coherence. The emergence of bow and arrow technology that disrupted existing social and military balances. Perhaps all of these things at once. The collapse of complex systems is rarely traceable to a single cause, but what is clear is that what the Hopewell built, what they achieved, what they understood about the sky and the earth and the architecture of sacred space was genuinely extraordinary. And for a long time, the standard history of North America simply pretended it had not happened. Or worse, assumed that it must have been the work of someone other than the ancestors of the people who were actually here when Europeans arrived. The mound builder myth, the 19th century fantasy that attributed all of the earthwork civilizations of North America to a vanished race of white people, or Israelites, or Atlanteans, or almost anything other than the indigenous peoples of the continent, was not just a historical embarrassment. It was a deliberate act of erasure. If the mounds were built by someone else, then the people living on this land had no deep roots here, no great history, no civilization worth remembering or respecting, and that made it easier to take their land. We know now, definitively, that the mounds were built by the ancestors of the peoples who were living in North America when Europeans arrived. We know this through archaeology, through genetics, through oral traditions that survived the centuries, through every line of evidence available to us. The builders were not mysterious. They were human beings, indigenous to this continent, who achieved remarkable things. And the remarkable things they achieved are worth sitting with quietly in the dark because they are genuinely astonishing. Let us go further south now and further back in time to a place that will rearrange your sense of what was possible in pre-Columbian North America. In the Mississippi River Delta region of what is now northeastern Louisiana, there is a place called Poverty Point. The name is a cruel irony because nothing about what was built here reflects poverty of any kind. Poverty Point is a site of monumental earthwork construction dating to roughly 1700 BC. Let that date settle for a moment. 1700 BC. This is not a medieval site. This is not even an ancient Roman site. This is contemporaneous with the new kingdom of Egypt. This is being built at roughly the same time that Tutankhamun's successors are ruling the Nile Valley. And what is being built here, in the forested wetlands of North America, is a set of earthworks on a scale that ranks among the largest construction projects of the ancient world. The main feature of Poverty Point is a series of 6 concentric ridges, semicircular in shape, arranged around a central plaza. The ridges are each about 5 to 6 feet tall and vary in width, but together they form a vast amphitheater-like structure that spans nearly 3/4 of a mile from one end to the other. The ridges were where people lived. Houses were built on top of them, which is why they are ridges. Rather than flat ground, they needed to be elevated to stay dry in the seasonally flooded delta landscape. At the northwest corner of the complex, there is a large mound that appears to represent a bird in flight when viewed from above. It is massive, rising about 70 feet and measuring roughly 700 feet from wingtip to wingtip. To the south of the main ridge complex is another large mound. Smaller satellite earthworks are scattered across the surrounding landscape. The total volume of earth moved at Poverty Point exceeds that of many of the famous structures of the ancient world, and all of it was done without metal tools, without the wheel, without draft animals, basket load, by hand. Researchers have estimated that the mound that resembles a bird in flight alone required the movement of approximately 320,000 cubic yards of earth. To put that in perspective, if you stack that material 1 cubic yard at a time, it would take a single person working without rest for thousands of years. It was not done by a single person. It was done by a community, organized and motivated and capable of sustaining an enormous collective labor project over what appear to have been multiple generations. But here is the deepest mystery of Poverty Point, the one that sits in the back of every researcher's mind and refuses to leave. We do not know who the people of Poverty Point were in any satisfying cultural or ethnic sense. We do not know their language. We do not know their political structure. We do not know the belief system that motivated the construction of these ridges and mounds. We know some things about what they ate, from food remains at the site. We know something about their tool technologies, from the enormous quantities of stone tools and tool-making debris that litter the site. We know something about the trade network they were embedded in because the stone used to make those tools came from sources in Arkansas, Tennessee, and other regions hundreds of miles away. But the deeper questions, what did they believe? How did they govern themselves? What stories did they tell about the world and their place in it? Those questions remain open. And perhaps the most unsettling thing of all is that Poverty Point appears to have been built very quickly. Some researchers have argued, based on the archaeological evidence, that the main ridge complex at Poverty Point may have been constructed in a matter of decades rather than centuries. If that is correct, it implies an organizational capacity that is genuinely staggering. A population capable of mobilizing the labor to move millions of cubic yards of earth in a geologically brief period of time, sustained by a social and political structure sophisticated enough to coordinate that effort without apparent coercion, without evidence of the kind of elite surplus extraction that usually accompanies monumental construction in the ancient world. There are no palaces at Poverty Point. There are no obvious signs of a warrior aristocracy. The site does not look like a place built by slaves for a pharaoh. It looks like a place built by a community for itself. And then, around 1100 BC, it was abandoned. People simply stopped coming. The ridges sat empty. The mounds slowly eroded. The forest crept back. Whatever had drawn people to this place for centuries, whatever ceremony or commerce or cosmology the site had served, it ended. And the place that had once been one of the most remarkable construction sites in the ancient world became a field in Louisiana that most Americans have never heard of. Now let us move forward in time to a period that sits right on the edge of what most people think of as pre-Columbian North America. Let us go to the American bottom, the floodplain of the Mississippi River just east of where St. Louis now stands, in the period between roughly 1000 AD and 1200 AD, because what was happening there during those 2 centuries is something that the textbooks have consistently undersold for generations and continues to be undersold today. Cahokia. There is no other word in the pre-Columbian North American archaeological vocabulary that carries the same weight as that one. Cahokia was a city, not a village, not a ceremonial center with a small associated population. A city. At its peak, around 1100 AD, Cahokia was home to somewhere between 10,000 and 20,000 people, with a surrounding regional population that may have brought the total under Cahokia's influence to over 40,000. To put that in context, at the time of Cahokia's peak, it was larger than London. It was comparable in population to Paris. It was the largest urban center north of Mexico in the pre-Columbian era, and it would not be surpassed in size by any North American city north of the Rio Grande until the 1800s. Let that settle for a moment. The largest city in what is now the United States was a Native American city that flourished 9 centuries ago, and most Americans could not tell you its name. Cahokia was built by the Mississippian culture, a civilization that dominated much of the southeastern and midwestern United States from roughly 800 AD until European contact. The Mississippians were an agricultural civilization built on the intensive cultivation of corn, which they had adopted and refined from earlier Mesoamerican varieties into strains suited to the northern climate. Corn agriculture was the engine that powered Cahokia's growth, allowing a density of population that the earlier hunter-gatherer and mixed economy cultures of the region could never have supported. At the heart of Cahokia was a structure that still stops visitors in their tracks when they see it for the first time: Monk's Mound. It is named for Trappist monks who farmed its lower terraces in the early 19th century, but it was built by the people of Cahokia between roughly 900 and 1100 AD in a series of construction phases. Monk's Mound rises approximately 100 feet above the surrounding plain. It covers 14 acres at its base, making it larger than the Great Pyramid of Giza in terms of ground footprint. Its total volume is estimated at more than 22 million cubic feet of earth, all of it moved basket by hand. On its summit once stood a massive wooden building, approximately 105 feet long and nearly 50 feet wide, which served as the palace or temple of whoever sat at the apex of Cahokia's power structure. The view from the top of Monk's Mound today, even accounting for the modern city of Collinsville that surrounds the park, conveys something of what that view must have been like in 1100 AD. You can see for miles. The entire community of Cahokia would have been visible from that summit. The thatched roofs of thousands of homes, the other earthen mounds that studded the landscape in every direction. The great central plaza spread out below like an enormous stage. A person standing on that summit in 1100 AD, looking out over the largest city in North America, would have had no reason to imagine that the world would forget any of this. They would have had no way of knowing that within a few centuries their city would be empty, that within a few more their very name would be lost, that within 1,000 years the people living on this same land would have no idea what any of it meant. Around Monk's Mound and the central plaza, dozens of other mounds were arranged in a complex spatial pattern that archaeologists have been working to decode for more than a century. Some were platform mounds, supporting the homes of elites or the structures of civic and religious function. Some were conical burial mounds, entering the dead of Cahokia's ruling class in elaborate ceremonies. The most famous of the conical mounds at Cahokia is Mound 72, excavated in the 1960s and 1970s by archaeologist Melvin Fowler. What Fowler found inside Mound 72 has been the subject of intense research and debate ever since. The mound contained the remains of over 270 individuals, most of them young women, arranged in mass graves that appear to represent ritual sacrifice on a significant scale. At the center of the mound, a single high-status male was buried on a platform of 20,000 marine shell beads arranged in the shape of a falcon. Nearby were 4 men who had been decapitated and buried without their heads. More mass graves of young women flanked this central burial. The picture that emerges from Mound 72 is one of a civilization with a genuine ruling class, capable of commanding not just the labor of thousands but the lives of its members in service of ideological and ritual purposes. This was not a simple egalitarian community. Cahokia had hierarchies, and those hierarchies had teeth. The city was also surrounded by a massive wooden stockade, a palisade wall that enclosed the central precinct of the city and was rebuilt and reinforced multiple times over Cahokia's history. The palisade required an estimated 20,000 large logs, and the repeated rebuilding suggests that the threat it was meant to address never fully went away. Cahokia lived in a world of interpolity competition and conflict, even as it dominated its region. One of the most remarkable features of Cahokia's landscape is something that was not recognized as significant. For decades after archaeological work at the site began, spread around the periphery of the city and into the surrounding region are hundreds of large circular features revealed by aerial photography and ground-penetrating radar that are the traces of wooden post circles. The largest and most famous of these, now called Woodhenge, consisted of up to 48 large red cedar posts arranged in a circle several hundred feet in diameter. Like the Newark earthworks, Woodhenge was aligned to astronomical events, specifically the equinoxes and solstices. Standing at the center of Woodhenge on the morning of the spring equinox, the sun rises directly over the summit of Monk's Mound. This is not coincidence. This is cosmology made physical. The city of Cahokia was oriented in relation to the sky, and the sky was made part of the city's meaning through the careful placement of these great wooden circles. And then, in the early 1200s, Cahokia begins to decline. The population drops. The construction of new monuments slows and then stops. People begin to leave. By 1350 or so, the city is largely abandoned. The great mounds still stand, but they are empty. The central plaza is overgrown. The palisade falls into ruin. The forest edges back in. By the time Europeans arrive in the region in the 1500s and early 1600s, they find the mounds but not the city. They find descendants of the Mississippian culture scattered across the region in smaller settlements, but the memory of Cahokia as a specific named place and specific civilization has faded from the oral traditions that survived. The why of Cahokia's collapse is intensely debated. Climate is a factor here too. Cahokia's peak coincides with the medieval warm period, a time of generally favorable agricultural conditions across North America. Its decline coincides with the onset of the Little Ice Age, a period of cooling and increased climate instability that would have disrupted the corn agriculture that Cahokia depended on. Deforestation is another factor. The enormous demand for timber, for the palisade, for the building of platforms and structures, for fuel would have stripped the surrounding landscape over decades, leading to erosion, flooding, and a degraded resource base. Internal political tensions, possibly exacerbated by the growing gap between elites and commoners, may have played a role. There may have been epidemics. There may have been drought. There may have been warfare. Whatever the combination of causes, the result was the same. The largest city north of Mexico quietly emptied, and the world moved on as if it had never been there. There's a canyon in the high desert of northwestern New Mexico that most Americans will never visit and that even fewer could describe with any accuracy. It sits at an elevation of around 6,000 feet in a landscape that is, by any modern measure, hostile to large-scale human settlement. There is very little water. The winters are brutal. The summers are scorching. The soil is thin and poor. There is almost no surface runoff, and the annual rainfall is barely enough to grow corn without extraordinary measures. And yet, in this canyon, between roughly 850 AD and 1150 AD, a civilization built something that still defies easy explanation. This is Chaco Canyon, and the Chaco system is perhaps the most discussed and debated architectural mystery in North American archaeology. The central features of the Chaco system are the great houses, massive multi-story stone structures of a type that has no real parallel anywhere else in the pre-Columbian world, north of Mexico. The largest of them, Pueblo Bonito, is a D-shaped structure that rises 4 to 5 stories at its tallest point and contains more than 650 rooms arranged around a large central plaza. Its back wall, the straight side of the D, runs in a nearly perfect east-west orientation. Its construction spans several centuries, with different building phases added across generations, but the overall plan shows a coherence and intentionality that suggests something more than ad hoc expansion. Pueblo Bonito was not just a building, it was an architectural statement, a physical articulation of a cosmology and a social order that the people of Chaco wanted to make permanent in stone. And they chose their stone carefully. The masonry at Chaco is extraordinary. The builders of Pueblo Bonito used a technique that archaeologists call core and veneer construction, in which a rubble core is faced with precisely shaped and fitted sandstone tablets arranged in repeating patterns. Different Chacoan buildings display different masonry styles, and those styles appear to have been intentional aesthetic choices, not simply the result of different construction crews working at different times. The people who built Chaco cared deeply about how their buildings looked. The sandstone they used was quarried locally, but the timber used to roof the great houses came from mountain forests 30 to 50 miles away. Hundreds of thousands of large ponderosa pine and spruce beams were cut in those forests, stripped of their branches, and carried by hand across the desert to Chaco Canyon over the course of the system's construction. There were no wheeled vehicles, there were no horses, there were no metal tools. Every beam was carried on human shoulders, and dendrochronology, the dating of wood by counting and comparing tree rings, has allowed researchers to date the timber in Chaco's great houses with remarkable precision, revealing the sequence and tempo of construction in extraordinary detail. But the beams are not the most remarkable logistical achievement associated with Chaco. The roads are. The Chacoan road system is one of the most peculiar and poorly understood features of the entire Chaco phenomenon. Running outward from Chaco Canyon in multiple directions, these roads are straight. Not approximately straight, not curved to follow terrain, but rigidly, almost unnervingly straight, in ways that required cutting through terrain rather than going around it. Where the roads encounter a cliff or a steep slope, instead of detouring around the obstacle, they go straight over or through it, sometimes using sets of stairs cut directly into the rock face. The roads are typically about 30 feet wide, cleared of vegetation and rocks, and in many places bordered by low earthen berms or curbs. They extend for distances ranging from tens to hundreds of miles. The North Road runs for almost 50 miles due north of Chaco, with barely a degree of deviation before terminating, apparently at a set of highly unusual rock formations and geological features that had clear ritual significance. The South Road heads south, the Great North Road, the South Road, roads heading east and west. The roads are not random. They form a deliberate spatial network oriented around Chaco Canyon as a hub. Here is what makes the roads so strange. They are, in many ways, overdetermined for their apparent practical function. If the roads were primarily trade and transport routes, you would not need them to be 30 feet wide and perfectly straight. You would not need to cut stairways into cliff faces when a switchback trail would serve the same practical purpose. The roads seem to have been built with an intentionality that goes beyond movement of people and goods. Some researchers have argued that the roads were ritual pathways, that straightness itself was the point, that the network of roads was a physical manifestation of the Chacan's cosmological understanding of the world, a map of sacred relationships drawn across the landscape at full scale. Others have pointed to the fact that the roads often connect Chaco's great houses to smaller outlier communities scattered across an enormous territory, suggesting that the roads were the infrastructure of political and economic integration, the arteries of a system that funneled resources and authority through Chaco as its center. Whatever their purpose, the roads represent an investment of labor that boggles the mind when you think about it carefully. Crews of people clearing, grading, and bordering hundreds of miles of desert, road by hand, under whatever system of organization and motivation the Chaco system operated on. And the Chaco system was vast. Outlier great houses, smaller versions of the canyon's massive structures, have been identified across a territory that spans much of the modern Four Corners region and beyond. More than 200 Chacon outliers have been documented by archaeologists. Many of them are connected to Chaco Canyon or to each other by the road network. This was not a collection of isolated villages. This was something that functioned at a regional scale, with Chaco Canyon at its center exerting some form of influence, economic, political, or religious, over communities spread across tens of thousands of square miles. What was Chaco? This is the question that haunts the field. The most basic debate is whether Chaco was primarily a ritual and pilgrimage center, a place that drew people from across the region for ceremonies, exchanges, and religious gatherings, or whether it was a genuine political capital, the seat of a hierarchical polity that extracted surplus from its regional network to support an elite resident population at the canyon. The truth is probably somewhere between those poles, and possibly beyond them in ways we have not yet clearly articulated. What is clear is that the canyon itself was never densely populated. The great houses at Chaco are full of rooms, but many of those rooms show no signs of regular habitation. They were not apartments. They were something else. Ceremonial spaces, storage facilities, venues for the periodic gatherings that drew people to the canyon from across the region. The permanent resident population of Chaco Canyon was probably only a few hundred people at any given time, far smaller than the architectural scale of the great houses would suggest if they were simply housing. But during the great gatherings, whatever they were, the canyon may have temporarily hosted thousands. The archaeology of Chaco includes extraordinary evidence of feasting on a massive scale. Enormous quantities of animal bones, predominantly of turkeys and rabbits, but including significant amounts of deer, elk, and other large game, have been recovered from the great house deposits. The quantities involved suggest events far larger than the resident population alone could account for. People came to Chaco, they brought food, and they ate together, and they participated in whatever ceremonies the canyon hosted. And then they went home, leaving behind their broken pottery and their discarded food remains and their offerings in the great kivas, the large circular underground ceremonial chambers that are one of Chaco's most distinctive architectural features. The great kivas at Chaco are remarkable structures. They are enormous, some over 60 feet in diameter, sunk several feet into the ground, and roofed with massive timbers supported on 4 large stone masonry columns. They contain features, including floor vaults, raised fireboxes, and foot drums that are clearly designed for specific ritual activities. They were built for large groups of people to gather in, to participate in ceremonies that the architecture was designed to facilitate. When you stand in a reconstructed Great Kiva today, even as a modern tourist, you feel something of what those spaces were designed to make you feel. The circularity, the enclosure, the descent below the surface of the earth, the specific acoustic quality of the space. These things work on you in ways that are hard to articulate. The people who designed Great Kivas knew what they were doing. They were designing an experience. and the experience they were designing was clearly one that involved a community entering a shared altered state, whatever form that took in their specific practice. In 1150 AD, Chaco essentially stops. The construction of new great houses ceases. The road system stops being maintained. The outlier communities continue, but the canyon itself loses its centrality. The system fragments. People move, many of them north and east, into the Rio Grande Valley and the mountains around it, where their descendants, the Pueblo peoples of the American Southwest, still live today. But the why of Chaco's end is as contested as the why of its existence. The most widely accepted explanation involves a severe prolonged drought that struck the Four Corners region in the mid-1100s and essentially made the canyon uninhabitable as a center of population. The water sources that had sustained Chaco, a complex system of dams and canals and water harvesting features that the Chacoans had engineered to make the most of their meager rainfall, simply could not cope with the drought. But drought alone does not fully explain the abandonment. Droughts had struck before, and the system had recovered. Something else was happening at Chaco in its final decades, something that the archaeology hints at but cannot clearly specify. There are signs of increasing violence. There are signs of social stress and possible elite exploitation of commoner populations. There is evidence of the destruction of certain great houses, whether by deliberate burning or by abandonment-related decay is not always clear. Whatever the combination of factors, Chaco as a system ended, and the canyon returned to silence. The road slowly disappeared beneath the sand. The great houses, built to last, lasted, standing as ruins that puzzled and astonished every subsequent visitor, Native American and European alike, who came across them. Today, Chaco Culture National Historical Park is a UNESCO World Heritage Site. It receives a fraction of the visitors that other national parks attract, partly because of its remote location and the difficulty of the unpaved road that leads to it. But for those who make the trip and who take the time to sit in the canyon after the other visitors have left and the light has gone golden and the silence has settled back in, Chaco is an experience that does something to your sense of history that no textbook ever quite achieves. You understand, in some bone-deep way, that something extraordinary happened here, something that the people who built it understood fully, and that we, with all of our archaeology and our LiDAR and our dendrochronology and our isotope analysis, are still only beginning to grasp. Let us turn now to a mystery that sits not in a canyon or on a floodplain, but in the sky above the American Southwest, or rather in the relationship between the sky and the ground that the ancient peoples of this region encoded into their architecture and their art with a consistency and precision that only fully becomes visible when you take a step back far enough to see the whole picture. The idea that pre-Columbian peoples of North America were sophisticated astronomers is not new. The Woodhenge at Cahokia, the lunar alignments at Newark, the solstice orientations at Chaco, these have been documented and discussed for decades. But what researchers using aerial photography, satellite imagery, and more recently LiDAR scanning have discovered about the astronomical sophistication embedded in the landscape. Scale spatial organization of these cultures goes considerably beyond what most people realize. Consider the Sun Dagger site at Fajada Butte in Chaco Canyon. Discovered in 1977 by artist Anna Sofier, the Sun Dagger is a set of 3 large sandstone slabs that lean against the face of the butte in a specific arrangement that channel sunlight through gaps between them onto 2 spiral petroglyphs carved into the cliff face behind them. On the summer solstice, a single dagger of light bisects the center of the larger spiral precisely. On the winter solstice, 2 daggers of light frame the larger spiral. On the equinoxes, a smaller dagger of light bisects the smaller spiral, while the larger one is framed by two light patterns. The site functions as a precision solar calendar, marking the key dates of the agricultural year with remarkable accuracy. And it appears to have been engineered, the slabs positioned deliberately to produce exactly these effects. But the sun dagger is relatively small scale. The really astonishing astronomical alignments associated with Chaco operate at the scale of the entire canyon and its surrounding landscape. Researcher Anna Safair and her colleagues at the Solstice Project have spent decades documenting the ways in which the great houses of Chaco and the roads that connect them are oriented to the cardinal directions, to the solstices and equinoxes, and to specific astronomical rise and set points in ways that could not be accidental. Chaco Canyon itself runs roughly southeast to northwest, and the great houses are positioned and oriented within that axis in ways that encode multiple astronomical relationships simultaneously. Pueblo Bonito's back wall runs east-west with a precision of less than half a degree. The main road systems align to the cardinal directions. Certain great houses appear to be positioned specifically to mark horizon points where the sun or moon rises or sets on astronomically significant dates. But perhaps the most remarkable claim that has emerged from this research is the idea that Chaco's entire spatial layout, the positioning of the great houses relative to each other and to the canyon's topography, encodes the cardinal directions and certain astronomical relationships at the scale of the entire system, such that Chaco Canyon itself functions as an enormous astronomical instrument. This is a provocative claim, and it has not gone unchallenged. Archaeology as a discipline tends to be cautious about large-scale pattern claims because the human brain is extraordinarily good at finding patterns even where they do not exist, and the risk of reading significance into spatial arrangements that are actually random is real. But the convergence of evidence at Chaco is substantial enough that even skeptical researchers acknowledge that astronomical considerations played a significant role in the planning of the site. The Chacoans were watching the sky, they were reading it, and they were writing what they read into the architecture of their world. This is not unique to Chaco. Across the pre-Columbian cultures of North America, there are consistent patterns of astronomical awareness encoded in architecture, in earthworks, in petroglyphs, in the spatial organization of settlements. The Serpent Mound in Adams County, Ohio, a sinuous earthwork nearly a quarter-mile long built in an era that researchers are still debating, appears to align its great oval at the head of the serpent with the summer solstice sunset. The medicine wheels of the northern plains, mysterious stone structures laid out in spoke and hub patterns across the grasslands of Wyoming and Montana and Saskatchewan, show alignments to stellar rise points that appear to have been used for calendar-keeping purposes. The great rock art sites of the Colorado Plateau, where thousands of petroglyphs and pictographs cover canyon walls and cliff faces, include numerous examples of solar and lunar markers, places where specific images are illuminated by shafts of light, only on specific dates. The cumulative picture that emerges from all of this evidence is of a continental culture that was deeply, consistently, systematically engaged with the sky, not in a casual or incidental way, but in a way that invested enormous labor and ingenuity into the task of encoding astronomical knowledge into the permanent physical landscape. Why? The practical answer involves agriculture. Knowing when to plant and when to expect frost and when the rains would come was life or death. Information in agricultural societies without metal tools or written almanacs or access to the internet. Encoding that knowledge into the built environment, making it checkable at any time by anyone who knew how to read the markers, was a form of information storage and community communication that made perfect sense in that context. But the astronomical obsession of these cultures seems to go beyond the merely practical. The care and precision with which they track the sky, the investment of sacred significance in the alignments they built, the integration of astronomical symbolism into the deepest levels of their ritual and artistic life, all of this suggests something more than agricultural scheduling. These people were answering questions about the nature of the world and the place of human beings within it through their engagement with the sky. They were doing cosmology. They were doing what humans everywhere have always done when they look up at the stars and feel the need to make sense of what they see. They were building a relationship between the human world and the cosmic world, and they were making that relationship tangible and permanent and beautiful. Now let us travel to a place that most people have never heard of, that sits in the mountains of Idaho and speaks to a chapter of pre-Columbian history so unusual and so poorly understood that even researchers who have spent careers on it sometimes struggle to know what to make of it. In the Snake River Plain of southern Idaho, there is a cluster of archaeological sites associated with a people who archaeologists call the Fremont culture, a group that flourished across much of Utah and adjacent regions from roughly 700 AD to 1300 AD. The Fremont were a fascinating hybrid civilization, incorporating elements of the corn-growing Puebloan tradition of the Southwest with elements of the hunting and gathering cultures of the Great Basin. They built adobe structures and semi-subterranean pit houses. They grew corn, beans, and squash. They made distinctive clay figurines with elaborate facial decorations. They created an extraordinary body of rock art. And then, like so many of the cultures we have discussed, they vanished. Not completely, their descendants almost certainly survived in various forms, but the Fremont cultural tradition as a distinct and recognizable archaeological phenomenon ends around 1300 AD, coinciding with the same prolonged drought that devastated so many other cultures in the American West at the same time. But what the Fremont left behind in their rock art is something that continues to generate intense debate and genuine puzzlement. The Fremont rock art corpus includes thousands of panels of petroglyphs and pictographs spread across an enormous territory. Some of it is clearly representational, showing animals, human figures, handprints, geometric patterns familiar from other rock art traditions. But some of it is stranger. There are figures in the Fremont corpus that look, to modern eyes, genuinely unusual. Trapezoidal bodies, wide shoulders tapering to narrow waists, large circular or disc-like heads, features that some viewers describe as non-human, or at least non-representationally human. Researchers debate whether these figures represent supernatural beings, spirit helpers in a shamanic tradition, ancestors, deities, or perhaps something else entirely that does not map onto any of these categories. The most famous concentration of Fremont rock art is in 9 Mile Canyon in Utah, sometimes called the world's longest art gallery. The canyon runs for more than 40 miles through the Book Cliffs of eastern Utah, and its walls are covered with tens of thousands of petroglyphs and pictographs representing thousands of years of human artistic activity, with Fremont-era work being among the most extensive and the most visually striking. The hunting scenes in 9 Mile Canyon are particularly remarkable. Large-scale compositions show coordinated hunts, with multiple hunters surrounding herds of bighorn sheep or deer in scenes that convey a specific moment in time with a narrative clarity that is genuinely impressive artistically. These are not random marks. They are deliberate artistic choices made by people who had a tradition of representation and a specific vocabulary of visual forms that they were working within. But the 9 Mile Canyon panels also include images that are harder to interpret. Shields and shield-bearing figures that appear to represent a warrior tradition. Serpents and spirals and geometric patterns that recur with enough consistency to suggest symbolic significance. And those trapezoidal anthropomorphs, with their wide shoulders and large heads, gazing out from the canyon walls across 1,500 years of subsequent history. We do not know exactly what any of it meant. We know that it was meaningful, that it was not random, that the people who made it were communicating something, and that the something was important enough to invest significant effort in making it permanent. But the specific content of the communication is largely beyond our reach, and that gap between the effort and intentionality evident in the art and our inability to read it clearly is one of the defining frustrations and fascinations of pre-Columbian archaeology. We are looking at the records of intelligent, creative, purposeful human beings. We can see their skill and their care. We cannot hear their voices. Let us spend some time with water, because one of the most underappreciated dimensions of pre-Columbian civilizational achievement in North America is what these cultures did with water. In a continent that ranges from the hyper-arid deserts of the Southwest to the water-rich floodplains of the Mississippi and Missouri, water management was often the difference between survival and collapse, between a small subsistence community and a large complex society. And the water management systems that some of these cultures developed were genuinely extraordinary feats of engineering. In the Sonoran Desert of what is now Arizona, the Hohokam people built and maintained the most extensive irrigation system in the pre-Columbian Americas north of Mexico. The Hohokam flourished from roughly 300 AD to 1450 AD, and at their peak they maintained a network of canals that extended for hundreds of miles through the Salt and Gila river valleys. The main canals were enormous structures, in some cases more than 30 feet wide and 15 feet deep, hand-dug through the desert hardpan using wooden tools and the labor of thousands of people working over centuries. The total length of the Hohokam Canal system has been estimated at more than 500 miles, though the complete extent is still being documented by archaeologists working through the Phoenix metropolitan area, where the modern city sits almost entirely on top of the Hohokam landscape. The Hohokam canals were not simple ditches. They were precision engineering. The main canals were dug with careful attention to gradient, maintaining the slope necessary to keep water moving without either losing it to settling or losing momentum entirely. They were sized appropriately for the volume of water they needed to carry. They were connected to elaborate distribution systems of smaller secondary and tertiary canals that spread water across the fields of the Hohokam farming communities, and they were managed. Someone was in charge of the water, someone made decisions about allocation and maintenance and conflict resolution when competing communities needed access to the same canal. The organizational structures that managed the Hohokam Canal system were almost certainly sophisticated, even if we cannot reconstruct their specific form. The canals supported an agricultural system that grew corn, cotton, beans, squash, tobacco, and a variety of other crops in a landscape that receives less than 8 inches of rainfall per year. The Hohokam did not just survive in the desert, they made it bloom. At their peak, the Hohokam may have numbered in the tens of thousands across their canal-irrigated territory. Their settlements ranged from small farmsteads to large platform mound communities that served as administrative and ceremonial centers. The largest Hohokam platform mounds, like the one at Mesa Grande or the enormous site at Pueblo Grande on the edge of what is now Phoenix, are substantial earthworks that speak to significant labor mobilization and hierarchical social organization. And then there is Snaketown, the site in the Gila River Valley that is considered the type site of the Hohokam tradition, the place where the culture was first defined archaeologically. Snaketown was occupied for over 1,000 years. It was a large, complex community that included ball courts, the distinctive oval playing fields that reflect the Hohokam's connections to Mesoamerican cultural traditions far to the south. The Hohokam ball courts are one of the most striking examples of the ways in which the civilizations of pre-Columbian North America were not isolated from the broader cultural world of the Americas, but were instead embedded in networks of exchange, influence, and connectivity that stretched from the American Southwest deep into Mexico and beyond. The ball game itself, played with a rubber ball throughout much of Mesoamerica, appears at Hohokam sites in a form adapted to local conditions and preferences. Over 200 ball courts have been identified at Hohokam sites. The investment in their construction and the ubiquity of the form across the Hohokam territory suggests that the ball game, and whatever social, political, and ritual functions it served, was important enough to the Hohokam to justify significant communal effort. And then the Hohokam decline. Around 1350 to 1450 AD, the Great Canal System collapses. Flooding events in the 14th century disrupted the canal infrastructure in ways that the system could not fully recover from. Population declines, communities aggregate and then disperse. The platform mound centers are abandoned, and the Hohokam cultural tradition, as archaeologists define it, ends. The people themselves did not vanish. The O'odham peoples of the Sonoran Desert today are almost certainly their descendants, and they retain oral traditions and cultural practices that connect them to the Hohokam past. But the Great Canal System, the engineering achievement that had sustained a complex society in one of the most arid landscapes in North America for over 1,000 years, was not rebuilt. When the Spanish arrived in the region in the 1500s, they found the ruins of a canal civilization that had preceded them by several generations, its massive ditches still visible in the desert landscape, carrying no water. There is a chapter of pre-Columbian history that is so little known, even among people who consider themselves well-read about American history, that when you first encounter it, it feels almost like a secret. It involves a landscape, a technology, and a scale of human environmental transformation that, when you understand it fully, rewrites your entire picture of what the Americas were like before European contact. I am talking about the Amazon basin, and I am including it in a discussion of North American mysteries because what happened in the Amazon before and during the Mississippian and Chacuan periods of North American fluorescence was connected to the broader story of American civilizational development in ways that researchers are only now beginning to articulate. But more than that, what happened in the Amazon is relevant because it challenges a fundamental assumption about the Americas that shaped European thinking for 500 years and that still echoes in how we teach pre-Columbian history today. The assumption is this: the Amazon basin, with its poor leach soils and its massive biodiversity and its seemingly impenetrable forest, was fundamentally unsuited to large-scale human settlement before European contact. The Amazon, the story went, was essentially a pristine wilderness, home to small scattered bands of hunter-gatherers and simple horticulturalists, unable to support the kind of dense, complex societies that developed in the river valleys of Mesopotamia or China or in the highlands of Mexico and the Andes. This assumption was wrong. It was spectacularly, completely wrong, and the evidence for how wrong it was has been accumulating for several decades, but has only recently begun to penetrate the public consciousness. The reality is that the Amazon basin, at the time of European contact in the late 1400s and early 1500s, was home to populations of millions of people, living in complex societies with sophisticated agricultural systems, elaborate infrastructure, large urban settlements, and a level of environmental management that was so thorough and so successful that early European explorers described the Amazon as essentially a garden. The Amazon was not pristine wilderness when Europeans arrived. It was a landscape that had been managed, modified, and intensively cultivated by human beings for thousands of years. The evidence for this transformation takes many forms, but none of it is more striking than the discovery and analysis of what researchers call terra preta, or Amazonian dark earth. Terra preta is a type of soil found across large areas of the Amazon basin that is dramatically different from the surrounding natural soil. It is dark, almost black, in contrast to the pale red and yellow of typical Amazonian laterite soils. It is extraordinarily fertile, capable of supporting intensive agriculture even in the leached and nutrient-poor conditions that characterize most of the Amazon, and it is entirely the product of human activity. Terra preta was created by pre-Columbian Amazonian peoples through a process involving the deliberate incorporation of charcoal, organic matter, bone, and other materials into the soil over long periods of time. It is, essentially, an engineered soil, a soil that was designed and built by human beings to overcome one of the fundamental limitations of the Amazonian environment. Patches of terra preta range in size from small garden plots to areas of several square miles. They are found at depths of up to 2 meters in some locations. They are associated with pre-Columbian settlement sites, and they continue to be some of the most productive agricultural soils in the Amazon even today, centuries after the societies that created them collapsed. The implications of terra preta for our understanding of pre-Columbian Amazonian civilization are enormous. If people were creating terra preta on a significant scale, they were making a long-term investment in the productivity of their landscape. They were farming it not just for the current generation, but for future generations, building soil capital that would pay dividends over centuries. This is not the behavior of simple subsistence farmers. This is the behavior of a sophisticated agricultural civilization with an understanding of soil chemistry, long-time horizons, and a degree of landscape management that rivals anything in the pre-Columbian world. And terra preta is only part of the story. Recent work using LiDAR technology, which uses laser pulses from aircraft to penetrate the forest canopy and reveal the topography of the ground beneath, has revealed the presence of enormous earthwork complexes across the Amazon basin, many of them comparable in scale and sophistication to the earthworks of the Ohio River Valley or the Chaco system of the Southwest. In the Bolivian Amazon, the Llanos de Mojos region contains an extraordinary landscape of raised fields, fish weirs, causeways, canals, and settlement mounds that together constitute one of the largest pre-Columbian earthwork systems in the world. The raised fields of the Llanos de Mojos cover an estimated 20 to 30,000 square miles. They are earthen beds, elevated above the surrounding savanna to protect crops from seasonal flooding and to take advantage of the moisture of the flood cycle without drowning the crops. Building and maintaining raised fields on this scale required enormous and sustained labor investment, sustained across centuries, and implies a population and a social organization far beyond what the standard picture of Amazonian prehistory allows for. In the Brazilian Amazon, LiDAR surveys have begun to reveal the traces of what appear to be geometrically planned settlement complexes, with circular and rectangular earthworks, connecting roads, and spatial organizations that imply sophisticated urban planning. These sites are still being investigated, and the picture of pre-Columbian Brazilian Amazonian civilization is changing rapidly as new surveys reveal new sites. The cumulative effect of this research is to suggest that the Amazon basin, before the catastrophic demographic collapse caused by European introduced disease in the 16th and 17th centuries, was home to a complex mosaic of civilizations, some of them very large, whose populations may have numbered in the millions, and whose landscape, engineering, and agricultural sophistication rivaled anything in the pre-Columbian world. The disease-driven collapse that followed European contact was so severe and so rapid that by the time serious European scientific investigation of the Amazon began in the 18th and 19th centuries, the landscape had largely reverted to forest. The populations that had managed it were reduced to tiny fractions of their former size, and the evidence of the civilizations that had existed there was hidden beneath centuries of forest regeneration. The pristine Amazon that early naturalists and anthropologists described was not a baseline condition. It was a ruin so thorough and so overgrown that it looked like wilderness. And we are only now, with the help of LiDAR and satellite imagery and isotope analysis and a scientific willingness to take indigenous oral traditions seriously as historical sources, beginning to see what was actually there. It is one of the great untold stories of human history, and it is a story that, when you understand it fully, makes you question everything you thought you knew about the line between civilization and wilderness, between nature and culture, between what the Americas were and what they might have been. There is a road in New Mexico that most people drive through without slowing down, a stretch of empty high desert between Albuquerque and Gallup that looks from a car window like very little at all. Brown hills, blue sky, the occasional roadside trading post, but if you know where to look, and if you know what you are looking for, the landscape tells a different story, because just north of the modern highway, visible from the right angle at the right time of day, the subtle depressions that mark the ancient Chicoan road system still show in the desert surface, lines in the land that have survived 800 years of wind and rain and modern development, because the Chicoans built their roads deep and wide and solid enough that the earth remembers them still. Those roads went somewhere. They connected things, and one of the things they connected Chaco to was a set of outlier communities that stretch far out into the San Juan Basin and beyond, communities that participated in the Chacan system in ways that we are still working to understand. Among the most distant and most puzzling of these outlier connections is the relationship between Chaco and the communities of the northern San Juan region, what archaeologists call the Mesa Verde area, the high plateau country of southwestern Colorado that is now home to one of the most visited and most visually spectacular archaeological sites in North America. Mesa Verde. The words mean green table in Spanish, and the name captures something real about the landscape. The mesa rises abruptly from the surrounding valleys and canyon country, its top surface covered with pinon and juniper forest, its sides cut by deep canyons. It is a landscape of drama and surprise, and the people who lived here during the period from roughly 600 AD to 1300 AD built structures that use that drama to astonishing effect. The cliff dwellings of Mesa Verde are genuinely among the most spectacular architectural achievements in the pre-Columbian Americas. Tucked into the enormous natural alcoves that erosion has carved into the canyon walls, they perch at seemingly impossible heights, accessible only by hand and toe holes cut into the cliff face or by the wooden ladders that no longer exist. Cliff Palace, the largest cliff dwelling in North America, contains over 150 rooms and 23 kivas, the circular ceremonial structures that are a defining feature of ancestral Puebloan architecture. It sits in an alcove that faces almost perfectly to the southeast, catching the winter sun while the overhanging cliff shades it from the summer sun, a passive solar design that moderates the temperature of the dwelling in both seasons. Whether this solar orientation was intentional, that is to say, whether the builders of Cliff Palace chose this specific alcove for its solar properties, or whether the orientation is incidental, is a question that researchers debate, but the physics of it are real. The cliff dwellings of Mesa Verde enjoy a microclimate that is notably more hospitable than the exposed mesa top above them, and the people who lived in them for several generations understood that advantage and used it. The construction of the cliff dwellings themselves is remarkable. The builders of Cliff Palace and the other Mesa Verde alcove sites were working in cramped, difficult spaces, often with walls at their backs and 1,000-foot drops below their feet, and they were using stone masonry techniques that rival anything in the contemporary medieval European tradition. The masonry at Mesa Verde is coarse sandstone, carefully shaped and fitted in patterns that are both structurally sound and visually elegant. Mortar joints are tight and precise. Walls are plumb and level. Doorways are trapezoidal, a distinctive form that appears throughout the ancestral Puebloan architectural tradition and that may have had both practical and symbolic significance. The trapezoidal form is, in fact, one of the consistent signatures of the ancestral Puebloan architectural tradition across its entire range, from Mesa Verde to Chaco to the Kayenta region of northern Arizona. When you see a trapezoidal doorway in an ancient southwestern site, you're looking at a cultural choice, a deliberate architectural decision that connects that site to a broader tradition. The cliff dwellings of Mesa Verde were built and occupied primarily during the 13th century, the final century of ancestral Pueblo and occupation of the Colorado Plateau. There is something poignant about that timing. The cliff dwellings represent not the beginning of Mesa Verde's occupation, but its culmination, or perhaps its last gasp. The people of Mesa Verde had been living on the mesa top and in pit houses in the canyon bottoms for centuries before they moved into the alcoves. The shift to cliff-dwelling architecture in the 1200s coincides with a period of increasing social stress marked in the archaeological record by evidence of violence, by population aggregation into defensible locations, and by the same prolonged drought that was affecting the Hohokam and the Chacoans and dozens of other cultures across the American West. The cliff dwellings, for all their beauty and technical sophistication, were also fortifications. The hand and toe holes cut into the cliff faces below them were deliberately placed to slow and complicate any assault from below. The limited access points could be defended by small numbers. The alcoves themselves provided shelter and concealment. Whatever the people of Mesa Verde were afraid of in the late 1200s, they were afraid of it enough to build their homes in locations that were extremely difficult to reach and extremely difficult to attack. And then, around 1280 to 1300 AD, they left. The cliff dwellings were abandoned, not burned, not destroyed, just left. The ceramics and the corn cobs and the turkey bones and the human remains in the burial alcoves were all left behind. The grinding stones were left in the rooms where they had been used. The kiva roofing timbers, when they finally rotted and collapsed, fell onto intact floors. The people who had built Cliff Palace and Spruce Tree House and Balcony House and all the other extraordinary alcove sites simply walked away. South and east, most archaeologists believe. Down to the Rio Grande Valley and the southern plateau country, where their descendants, the Pueblo peoples of New Mexico and Arizona, still live and still practice the kiva ceremonies and the pottery traditions and the architectural forms that connect them across 7 centuries to the builders of Mesa Verde. The Pueblo peoples have never lost the memory of Mesa Verde. It is their ancestors' country. Their oral traditions speak of the time before they came to their current homes, of migrations, and of places of great significance. The connection is not forgotten. It is simply not always visible to outsiders who know the history only from the outside. In the summer of 2010, archaeologists working in central Illinois made a discovery so unexpected and so significant that it temporarily reshuffled the research priorities of several institutions simultaneously. At a site called Emerald Acropolis, near the modern town of Cahokia's regional sphere of influence, they found evidence of what appears to be a massive shrine complex, oriented to the winter solstice sunrise and containing enormous quantities of what are called mast features, large deposits of nuts, seeds, and other plant remains that appear to represent feasting events of extraordinary scale. The Emerald Acropolis findings, still being processed and published, suggest that the ceremonial landscape of the greater Cahokia region extended far beyond the mounds and plazas of the main city into a network of outlying sacred sites that were integrated into the political and religious life of the polity in ways that previous research had not fully captured. This is the nature of archaeology in the American Midwest and Southeast. Every few years, a new site or a new technique or a new application of an existing technique to already known sites reveals that the picture we thought we had was incomplete in important ways. The civilizations that flourished in this part of the world between roughly 800 AD and 1400 AD were more complex, more interconnected, and more architecturally ambitious than standard history has been willing to acknowledge. Part of the reason for this is simple. The materials these cultures built with were organic. Wood and earth and thatch, not stone. The earthworks survive, but the wooden structures that sat atop the mounds have long since rotted. The thatch and hide coverings of the houses have vanished. What remains is the bones of the system, not its flesh. And bones can be misread. Bones can look smaller and simpler than the living creature they supported. When archaeologists use ground-penetrating radar and magnetometry and soil coring to investigate Mississippian sites, they consistently find evidence of more activity, more construction, more spatial complexity than the surface appearance suggests. The sites are bigger on the inside than they look from the outside, so to speak, and there are sites that are still being discovered. The American Midwest has never been systematically surveyed at the level of resolution that modern remote sensing technology makes possible. Every LiDAR survey of a previously studied region reveals new sites. Every new site raises new questions. The picture of pre-Columbian North America is not a completed puzzle that just needs a few pieces filled in. It is a puzzle where we have not yet found the majority of the pieces, and every new piece we find reveals that the picture is larger and more complex than we had imagined. Consider the story of the Spiro Mounds in eastern Oklahoma. Spiro was a major Mississippian ceremonial center that flourished from roughly 900 to 1450 AD on the Arkansas River. It was connected to Cahokia and to the broader Mississippian trade network through the circulation of the elaborate ceremonial objects that define the southeastern ceremonial complex, the suite of shared iconographic and artifact traditions that linked Mississippian communities from the Gulf Coast to the Great Lakes. The southeastern ceremonial complex is sometimes called the Southern Cult, a name that captures something of its religious character while obscuring its geographic breadth. It was a shared symbolic system, expressed in the imagery carved on shell gorgets and engraved copper plates and painted pottery that connected communities across an enormous territory. The imagery of the southeastern ceremonial complex is striking and distinctive. Falcon warriors, serpents, crosses in circles, chunky players, elaborate costume figures with wings and animal attributes. These images appear repeatedly across the entire range of the Mississippian world, suggesting a degree of shared iconographic tradition and possibly shared ideology that implies connections between communities that could not simply be accounted for by trade in material goods. Ideas were traveling too, beliefs, stories, and at Spiro, the particular concentration of southeastern ceremonial complex material is extraordinary. The site contains a suite of mounds, including one called the Craig Mound, that served as an elite mortuary complex for several centuries. When looters broke into the Craig Mound in the early 1930s, they found what they described as a hollow chamber inside, filled with an extraordinary collection of objects. Engraved shell cups, copper plates covered in the imagery of the southeastern ceremonial complex, beaded textiles, stone pipes carved in human and animal forms of remarkable artistry, cedar litter poles wrapped in copper, human skulls and long bones arranged in specific patterns. The looting of Spiro was one of the great archaeological disasters of the 20th century in America. Before the site was finally protected and excavated professionally, enormous quantities of irreplaceable material had been removed, sold, dispersed into private collections, and in some cases destroyed. The loss to our understanding of Mississippian culture is incalculable, but even what was recovered professionally tells a remarkable story. The Craig Mound was a repository of sacred objects, on a scale that implies a community with both the resources and the belief system to invest enormously in the material expression of its relationship to the sacred. The objects that survived the looting and were collected professionally are among the finest examples of pre-Columbian art and craftsmanship in North America. The engraved shell cups from Spiro show scenes from Mississippian mythology and ceremony that give us our best window into the belief system that animated this entire cultural world. There are scenes of a great serpent, a game of chunky played by costume figures, images of the world axis connecting the upper and lower realms, figures of beings who are simultaneously human and bird and other things that do not fit our familiar categories. The Mississippian cosmos, as we can reconstruct it from the iconographic evidence, was a layered world. Sky above, earth in the middle, underworld below. The sun moving through all three realms in its daily and annual cycles. Great supernatural beings inhabiting each layer, with human ritual and ceremony serving as the interface between the human and the supernatural realms. The elite class of Mississippian society served as the mediators of this interface. Their authority was both political and cosmological. They were connected to the sky and the sun in ways that ordinary people were not, and the elaborate symbolism of the southeastern ceremonial complex expressed and reinforced those connections through every object and every ceremony it touched. This was a complete worldview, as fully articulated and as internally coherent as any theological tradition in the old world at the same time. And it was gone, essentially, by the time European contact began. The demographic catastrophe of introduced disease in the 16th century struck the Mississippian world with particular violence. The societies that formed the Mississippian tradition were dense, interconnected communities, and dense interconnected communities are the ideal environment for epidemic spread. When the diseases came, and they came in waves, the effects were catastrophic. Some communities lost the majority of their population within a generation. The political structures that had organized Mississippian society, the chiefdoms and the ceremonial cycles, and the distribution networks collapsed under the demographic pressure. By the time European colonizers began seriously engaging with the interior of the continent in the 17th and 18th centuries, the Mississippian tradition as a functioning political and ceremonial system was already a generation or more in the past. What remained were smaller, reorganized communities, still carrying pieces of the old tradition, but unable to fully reconstruct the complex web of institutions and practices that had sustained it. The mounds remained. The roads and plazas were overgrown, and Europeans, encountering these architectural remnants without any surviving memory of the civilization that had built them, invented stories of lost races and vanished peoples to explain what they were seeing. The true story, the story of a genuinely complex and sophisticated indigenous American civilization, was hiding in plain sight in the oral traditions of the very people Europeans were dispossessing. It just required the willingness to listen. There is a question that hangs over all of this history like a cloud, one that researchers approach carefully and that the popular literature often handles irresponsibly, but that deserves to be addressed directly because it is genuinely important. The question is this: how did all of these cultures, the Hopewell and the Mississippians and the Chacoans and the Hohokam and the Poverty Point people and the rest, how did they communicate their most sophisticated ideas across the enormous distances that separated them? How did the same astronomical alignments appear in Ohio and New Mexico? How did the same iconographic motifs surface from the Gulf Coast to the Great Lakes? How did the idea of the platform mound and the Great Plaza spread across an entire continent? How did the Hopewell trade network function with the precision and the regularity that the archaeological evidence implies? The honest answer is that we do not fully know. We can document the connections. We can trace the material evidence of exchange. We can identify the shared architectural and artistic traditions. But the mechanisms of transmission, the specific social structures and communication systems that maintained coherence across a continental trading network or a shared religious tradition, those are still largely opaque to us. What we can say is that the evidence for long-distance communication and cultural transmission in pre-Columbian North America is overwhelming and consistent. It is not a puzzle that the connections existed. The puzzle is how they were maintained. Some researchers have pointed to the role of specialized traders, people who traveled regularly between communities and served as vectors for both material exchange and cultural transmission. In many historic indigenous cultures, specialized trading relationships were embedded in kin networks and ceremonial institutions, with trade partners in distant communities treated as adoptive relatives with specific reciprocal obligations. This kind of socially embedded trade could be remarkably efficient and remarkably durable, maintaining connections across enormous distances through generations of continuous relationship maintenance. Others have pointed to the role of itinerant religious specialists, people comparable in some ways to the wandering monks and missionaries of the Old World, who carried sacred knowledge and ceremonial practices from community to community across regional networks. The spread of specific ritual objects, specific ceremonial forms, specific iconographic traditions through the Hopewell interaction sphere or the southeastern ceremonial complex would be easier to explain if there were specialists whose role was specifically to travel, to perform, to teach, and to connect. And there is the possibility that some of the large ceremonial centers, Chaco and Cahokia and Newark and Spiro, served as pilgrimage destinations, places that drew people from across a wide region for periodic gatherings, where ideas and practices were shared, where marriages were arranged between distant communities, where goods were exchanged and alliances were formed, and cosmological knowledge was transmitted from specialists to their regional audiences. The pilgrimage model is attractive because it explains the archaeological evidence of large-scale feasting and gathering at these sites without requiring a permanent, large population, and it provides a plausible mechanism for the rapid spread of cultural innovations across large territories. Whatever the specific mechanisms, the reality of pan-continental cultural connectivity in pre-Columbian North America is not in serious doubt. The Americas before European contact were not a collection of isolated primitive villages, each independently struggling to survive. They were a world, an enormously complex, interconnected, culturally rich world, with its own geopolitics and its own intellectual traditions, and its own history of rise and fall and transformation. They were, in short, a civilization, or rather a collection of civilizations, that used a different vocabulary than the civilizations of the Old World, but that were no less sophisticated, no less creative, and no less human. Let us sit for a moment with one of the deepest mysteries of this entire story, one that is not primarily about earthworks or trade networks or astronomical alignments, but about something more fundamental, about what happened to these civilizations, about the gap between the world that European explorers first described when they reached the interior of the continent and the world that the archaeological record shows had existed here. The gap is enormous. When Hernando de Soto led his expedition through the American southeast between 1539 and 1542, he encountered large, organized chiefdoms with substantial populations, fortified towns, and a political complexity that clearly derived from the Mississippian tradition. He described towns of thousands of inhabitants, kings carried on litters who commanded territory and tribute over wide regions, ceremonial plazas, and earthen mounds that were still in use. He described a world that was recognizably descended from the Mississippian fluorescence of the preceding centuries, diminished but not yet destroyed. When Europeans made sustained contact with the interior of the continent a century and a half later, in the late 17th and early 18th centuries, they found something very different. The large chiefdoms that De Soto had described were gone. The population densities he had encountered were gone. The political structures that had commanded tribute over wide regions were gone. What remained were smaller, reorganized communities, often amalgamations of the remnant populations of multiple previously distinct groups, struggling to maintain cultural coherence in the face of ongoing disease, displacement, and colonial pressure. What happened in the century and a half between De Soto and the later explorers? Disease. Almost certainly disease. Above all else, disease. The epidemic cycle that followed European contact in the Americas was one of the most catastrophic demographic events in human history. Populations that had never been exposed to smallpox, measles, typhus, influenza, and dozens of other European diseases had no acquired immunity and were devastated by them. The estimates of pre-contact population sizes in the Americas are still intensely debated, but the evidence increasingly supports figures that were once considered wildly optimistic. The Western Hemisphere in 1491 may have been home to 60 to 80 million people. Within a century and a half of sustained European contact, that population had fallen by 50 to 90% in many regions. The death toll was so enormous that it transformed the landscape. The reforestation of cleared agricultural land across vast areas of the Americas following the population collapse contributed to a measurable drop in atmospheric carbon dioxide in the early 17th century, an event that climatologists have identified in ice cores and tree ring records, and that some researchers call the Orbis spike, the point at which European colonization of the Americas became visible in the global climate record. The forests that 19th century naturalists described as primeval wilderness were, in many cases, the regrowth of agricultural landscapes that had been abandoned by their populations within living memory. The animals that proliferated in those regrown forests, the deer and the bison and the beaver that gave the impression of an untouched continent, were filling an ecological vacuum that the demographic collapse had created. The wilderness that European settlers encountered when they pushed into the interior of the continent was not a baseline condition. It was a catastrophe that erased, or nearly erased, not just people, but the memory of what those people had achieved. And this is why the pre-Columbian history of North America reads to so many people as a mystery. not because the evidence of what happened is thin or ambiguous. The evidence in the mounds and the earthworks and the ceramics and the road systems and the astronomical alignments is actually quite clear. But because the living memory of what happened, the oral traditions and the genealogies and the specific stories that would have put flesh on those archaeological bones was disrupted and damaged and in some cases destroyed by the catastrophe of colonization and disease. We are trying to read a book from which many pages have been torn. What remains is extraordinary, but we feel the absence of what was lost more acutely the more carefully we look at what we have. There is a site in Louisiana that I want to return to, not Poverty Point this time, but another site, one that is even older and even less well known, one that sits in a cypress swamp in the northeastern part of the state, and that has changed, in fundamental ways, the story of when and how complex society developed in the Americas. Watson Break. The Watson Break site consists of 11 earthen mounds connected by a low earthen ridge, forming an oval enclosure roughly 900 feet in its longest dimension. The mounds range in height from 3 to 25 feet. The overall plan of the complex is deliberate and geometrically coherent. It is clearly the product of planned construction rather than casual accumulation, and it dates to approximately 3400 BC, 5,400 years ago. This is not a typo. This is not a misreading of the dates. Watson Break was built approximately 5,400 years ago, making it the oldest known complex earthwork in the Americas and one of the oldest in the world. It predates Poverty Point by 1,700 years. It predates Stonehenge in its final form by roughly 500 years. It predates the Egyptian pyramids. When Watson Break was being built, the inhabitants of what would one day become Mesopotamia were just beginning to develop writing. The people who built Watson Break were hunter-gatherers, not farmers, not settled agriculturalists, not members of a complex chiefdom with a surplus extracting elite class. They were hunters and gatherers, and they built an 11-mound complex in a planned geometrical form using baskets of earth carried by hand over a period of several centuries. Everything that archaeologists thought they knew about the relationship between agriculture and monumental architecture, about the preconditions for complex construction projects, about the level of social organization required to mobilize large-scale labor, everything was turned on its head by Watson Break. The site was discovered in 1980, described in publications in the early 1980s, and then largely overlooked by the broader archaeological community for over a decade. It was too anomalous. It did not fit the models. When the site was more thoroughly investigated in the 1990s and the dates were confirmed by multiple independent laboratory analyses, the field had to grapple with the implications. Hunter-gatherers in the American Southeast were building planned earthwork complexes 5,000 years ago. The complexity of their society, the organizational capacity required to plan and execute a multi-mound complex over multiple generations was not supposed to be possible without agriculture. But there it was, and Watson Break was not alone. As awareness of Watson Break spread through the field and researchers began to look more carefully at the earthwork record of the lower Mississippi Valley, other early sites began to surface. Caney Mounds, Montesano, Frenchman's Bend, a cluster of sites in the same region, all predating Poverty Point, all exhibiting similar characteristics. Hunter-gatherer communities building planned earthwork complexes that served as gathering places, ceremonial centers, probably exchange nodes in a regional network. The picture that emerged was of a long tradition of monumental construction in the lower Mississippi Valley, stretching from the 5th or 6th millennium BC through Poverty Point and on into the Mississippian period, a tradition of using the landscape as a medium for social and cosmological expression that was remarkably continuous across thousands of years. What motivated these early builders? What were they saying with their mounds, their ridges, their geometric forms, their careful orientations? We cannot ask them. We cannot read their minds, but we can observe that they found it worth doing, worth the enormous investment of communal labor, worth the sustained organizational effort over multiple generations, worth building something that would endure long after any individual memory of its construction had faded. They were doing what humans do. They were making their mark on the world. They were saying, we were here, and this place mattered to us, and we want that to endure. And it has. 5,000 years later, their mounds still stand in the cypress swamps of Louisiana, barely known to the people who live within a few miles of them, containing in their profiles and their plans and their astronomical alignments a record of human ambition and human community. That is, if you will allow yourself to feel it fully, genuinely moving. There is something that happens when you spend time with this history, really spend time with it, that is hard to describe precisely, but that I want to try to describe, because I think it is one of the things that makes this material so compelling as a subject for late-night listening. There is a kind of double vision that develops. You start to see the landscape around you differently. You become aware of the depth of time that underlies every familiar place. You start to notice the features of the terrain that might be archaeological, the slight rises in a field that could be a buried mound, the faint lines across a hillside that might be the trace of an ancient road, the shallow depressions at the edge of a parking lot that might mark the boundary of a long abandoned village. The land remembers things that we have forgotten. It holds in its contours and its soil chemistry and its buried artifact assemblages a record of human presence that goes back much further than our cultural memory reaches. And that record, when you know how to read it, or even when you are just aware that it is there to be read, changes how you inhabit the present. The people who built the earthworks of the Ohio River Valley, who raised the platform mounds of the Mississippi, who engineered the roads of Chaco, who dug the canals of the Hohokam, who constructed the ridges of Poverty Point, who placed the first basket of earth on the summit of what would become Watson Break more than 5,000 years ago, these people are not gone. Their descendants are living, practicing cultures with continuous histories and living relationships to these ancient places. The Muskogee Creek and the Cherokee and the Chickasaw and the Choctaw are descended from the Mississippians. The Pueblo peoples of New Mexico and Arizona are descended from the Chacans and the Mesa Verdeans. The O'odham of the Sonoran Desert are descended from the Hohokam. The tribes of the Great Lakes and Upper Midwest carry Hopewell heritage. The connection is not severed. It is strained and complicated, and in some cases nearly invisible, because the catastrophe of colonization worked hard to sever it. But it persists, and when these communities speak about these ancient places, when they assert their relationship to the mounds and the roads and the earthworks and the cliff dwellings, they are not making a legal or political argument primarily, though it is that too. They are making a historical statement. They are saying, we remember, we have not forgotten. These are our ancestors' places, and our ancestors were extraordinary, and their extraordinariness is part of who we are. That statement deserves to be taken seriously, not just as an expression of cultural pride or legal rights, though both of those matter enormously, but as a historical claim, because the evidence supports it. The pre-Columbian civilizations of North America were extraordinary. Their engineering and their astronomy and their art and their trade networks and their political systems and their agricultural innovations were genuine achievements, comparable to the achievements of any civilization in the ancient world. The story of the Americas before Columbus is not a story of absence and emptiness, waiting for the arrival of civilization from elsewhere. It is a story of human ingenuity and human ambition and human community, flourishing on this continent for tens of thousands of years. And that story belongs to the descendants of the people who lived it. We should talk about what is buried under the ground of the modern United States that we have still not found, because this is a dimension of the pre-Columbian story that most people never think about, but that is enormously important. The existing record of pre-Columbian sites in North America is almost certainly a tiny fraction of the total record that actually exists. We know this for several reasons. First, systematic archaeological survey of the United States is far from complete. Large regions of the country have never been professionally surveyed at the resolution required to identify small or subtly preserved sites. When LiDAR surveys have been applied to regions that were thought to be well studied archaeologically, they consistently reveal new sites, sometimes dramatically increasing the known site count in a given area. The application of LiDAR to the American Midwest and Southeast, where earthwork sites are common and often subtle, has been particularly revealing. Second, a significant portion of the pre-Columbian landscape has been directly destroyed by development. The expansion of American cities and suburbs and agricultural land over the past 2 centuries has obliterated an enormous number of sites. Cahokia itself is surrounded and in some areas directly impacted by the development of the Collinsville and East St. Louis metropolitan area. Dozens of mounds that were documented by early 19th century observers no longer exist. Third, and perhaps most important for understanding the scale of what is still unknown, the portion of the pre-Columbian settlement landscape that lies underwater is almost entirely unstudied. During the peak of the last glacial maximum, approximately 20,000 years ago, sea levels were more than 300 feet lower than they are today. Vast areas of what is now continental shelf were dry land. The coastlines of North America were very different from their current configurations, and the people who were living in the Americas during the Ice Age and the period immediately following it, some of the first human inhabitants of the continent, were living in landscapes that are now under the ocean. Their campsites, their middens, their earthworks if they built any, their seasonal camps, and their year-round villages, all of it is on the seafloor. Some of it has been found. Occasional sites on the continental shelf have been identified by underwater archaeology, and there are tantalizing hints of what might be down there. Shell middens on the shelf off the coast of Florida and the Gulf states, stone points and tools brought up by fishing nets from the seafloor, traces of what appear to be paleosols, ancient ground surfaces, at various depths on the shelf that would have been habitable during the low sea level periods. But underwater archaeology is expensive and difficult, and the systematic investigation of the flooded pre-Columbian landscape of North America is still in its very early stages. What we know about the earliest human occupation of the continent, the time of the Pleistocene megafauna and the Clovis culture, and the complex questions about who was here first, and when, and how they got here, is based almost entirely on sites that happen to have been on high ground during periods of low sea level and then remained accessible as the sea rose. An unknown but potentially significant portion of the early American story is still sitting on the continental shelf, waiting to be found. Let us spend some time with a mystery that exists not in the physical landscape, but in the record of art and symbol that pre-Columbian North Americans left behind, because this record contains some of the most beautiful and most puzzling objects ever produced on this continent, objects whose full meaning we may never recover, but that speak, across centuries and millennia, of minds and imaginations as rich and as restless as any that have ever looked up at the stars and tried to make sense of what they saw. The Cooper buffalo, a bison skull painted with lightning bolts in a bright red pigment and buried in a cache of other bison skulls on the Oklahoma plains, approximately 10,000 years ago. Nobody knows what it meant. Nobody knows what the lightning bolt signified. Nobody knows whether this was a ritual object, a personal possession, a community property, a marker, a gift to the earth. We know only that someone 10,000 years ago on the Great Plains thought it was important enough to paint a bison skull with red lightning and then bury it carefully in the ground. The woodland burial mounds of the Ohio River Valley contain objects of extraordinary artistic achievement: copper headdresses in the form of deer antlers, ear spools of worked meteoric iron, effigy pipes carved in the forms of animals, bears and beavers and frogs and birds, with an anatomical accuracy and an aesthetic sensibility that reflects deep, sustained observation of the natural world. These objects were made by specific individuals, people with extraordinary skill and probably significant social roles, in communities that valued and supported the production of beautiful and meaningful objects to a degree that implies a sophisticated appreciation for art and craft. The pipes are particularly compelling. The Hopewell effigy pipes, made from a specific type of highly polished pipestone quarried in Ohio and from various other materials, show animals in poses that capture something essential about their subjects. There is a beaver pipe that manages, in a few inches of carved stone, to convey the specific weight and heft of a beaver, the way it sits, the attitude of its head. The carver who made that pipe knew beavers. They had watched beavers for hours, probably for years, with the patient, attentive eye of someone for whom the observation of animals was a central intellectual activity. The Mississippian ceramic tradition is another window into the richness of the visual culture of pre-Columbian North America. Mississippian potters produced an astonishing variety of vessel forms, including effigy vessels depicting human faces in a range of expressions and types, animals, vegetables, and forms that appear to represent specific individuals with specific identifiable features, portrait vessels of real people who lived in Mississippian society 1,000 years ago. Looking at a Mississippian portrait vessel is an uncanny experience. The faces are individual, specific, human. They have been described by art historians as among the most sophisticated portrait ceramics produced anywhere in the ancient world, and they represent people who were alive, who had names and histories and relationships, whose faces someone cared enough to preserve in this permanent form. Those people are gone now as individuals. We cannot know their names or their stories, but their faces are still here, looking out from museum cases and from the pages of archaeological reports, asking to be seen. There are also the rock art traditions of the American Southwest, the Colorado Plateau, the Great Plains, and dozens of other regions, which collectively constitute one of the largest and most varied bodies of pre-Columbian visual art anywhere in the world. From the petroglyphs of the Coso Range in California, where tens of thousands of bighorn sheep and other images were pecked into the volcanic rock over thousands of years, to the painted kiva murals of Chihuahua Pueblo in New Mexico, which preserve a fragment of a lost tradition of large-scale religious painting in brilliant mineral pigments. The rock art traditions of pre-Columbian North America speak of visual cultures of extraordinary sophistication and diversity, but perhaps the most haunting pre-Columbian art objects in North America are the ones that do not look like art at all. The geometric earthworks of the Hopewell culture, viewed from above, are forms of visual expression at a scale that dwarfs any individual carved or painted object. The Newark octagon, with its 8 precisely aligned walls enclosing an area of more than 50 acres, is a work of art as much as it is a work of engineering. It expresses a relationship between the earth and the sky, between the human community and the cosmic order, between the measurable and the sacred, that no smaller object could have conveyed. To make that earthwork visible, to fully see it in the way the Hopewell intended it to be seen, you would need to be in the air looking down. And perhaps they were, in some sense, imagining exactly that. Perhaps they were building for the gaze of whatever they understood to occupy the sky. We are coming now toward the end of this journey, or at least towards the end of this particular night's portion of it, and there are a few things I want to say before the silence takes over and you drift into whatever kind of sleep follows a long immersion in deep time. The first is about scale. When we talk about the pre-Columbian civilizations of North America, we are talking about a span of time that is genuinely difficult to comprehend intuitively. Watson Brake was built 5,400 years ago. That is more than twice as long ago as the fall of the Western Roman Empire. The Hopewell culture flourished 2,000 years ago, at roughly the same time as the height of Roman power in the Mediterranean. The Chacoans built their roads 800 to 1,000 years ago, roughly contemporaneous with the building of the great Gothic cathedrals of Europe. Cahokia peaked 9 centuries ago, at a time when Genghis Khan was creating the Mongol Empire on the other side of the world. Mesa Verde was abandoned 700 years ago, just before the Black Death swept across Europe. The history of these civilizations is not ancient in the way that the Egyptians or the Sumerians are ancient. It is, in many ways, recent. It is the history of the last few thousand years unfolding on this continent. While history, as we usually mean, it was being written elsewhere. It happened here, on this ground, under this sky. This is the second thing I want to say. The physical connection between these ancient civilizations and the landscape of the modern United States is direct and immediate. The mounds at Cahokia are still there. The earthworks at Newark are still there, though golf courses have been built on parts of the octagon. The great houses at Chaco are still there, and so are the roads, buried under sand and accessible only to radar and careful ground survey, but there. The cliff dwellings at Mesa Verde are still there. The ruins of the Hohokam canals are still there, and in some cases, the modern canal system of the Phoenix metropolitan area follows the same routes as the Hohokam originals, because the Hohokam engineering was so good that the optimal routes through the Salt River Valley have not changed in 1,000 years. This history is not distant. It is not separate from the landscape of contemporary American life. It is in the ground beneath every strip mall built on a river floodplain, in the slight rises in the fields of Ohio and Illinois that mark buried mound complexes, in the dry riverbeds of the Southwest where Hohokam canals once ran. The land is full of it. And the third thing I want to say is this. There is a reason that this history is not better known, not better taught, not more present in the public consciousness of the United States. And the reason is not that the evidence is obscure or that the civilizations in question were insignificant. The reason is that acknowledging the depth and sophistication of pre-Columbian North American civilization raises uncomfortable questions about the narrative of European colonization and the moral framework within which that narrative has usually been told. If the people who were living here when Europeans arrived were not scattered primitives wandering through an untouched wilderness, but were instead the inheritors and the descendants of civilizations that had been building cities and roads and astronomical observatories and continent-spanning trade networks for thousands of years before Columbus was born, then the moral calculus of colonization looks different. not because it changes the fundamental ethical nature of the violence and the dispossession and the demographic catastrophe of European contact, but because it changes the scale of what was lost. And acknowledging the full scale of what was lost is painful. It is easier in some ways to believe the myth of the empty continent, to believe that what Europeans found here was wilderness, not history. But the wilderness was not empty, and the history was not nothing. It was something remarkable and complex and human and lost, and the least we can do is remember it. Honestly, the night is getting long now, and the questions are getting quieter, settling into that particular quality of late-night wondering that is not quite sleep, but is halfway there. Let me tell you about one more thing before I let the silence have you. There is a site in southern Illinois called Kincaid that most people have never heard of, a Mississippian platform mound complex that was a significant regional center in the period from roughly 900 to 1400 AD. The site consists of a large central plaza surrounded by platform mounds, the largest of which rises over 30 feet. It was excavated by archaeologists from the University of Chicago in the 1930s, a landmark project of its era. And in the deposits of Kincaid, archaeologists found something that has always struck me as one of the more poignant artifacts in the entire record of pre-Columbian North America. They found toys, small clay figures of animals and humans, clearly made not with the care and skill of a craft specialist producing ceremonial objects, but with the enthusiastic and slightly clumsy effort of children making things for fun. Little clay animals with lopsided legs, small human figures with oversized heads, the kinds of things that children everywhere and in every era have made when given clay and left to their own devices. There were children at Kincaid, children who ran through the plaza between the great mounds, children who played in the shadow of the platform where the elite of the community performed their ceremonies, children who grew up in the world of Mississippian civilization with the same mix of wonder and boredom and mischief and learning that children everywhere grow up with. They did not know they were going to be forgotten. They did not know that the civilization they were growing up in was going to collapse within a few generations. They did not know that a disease they had never heard of, carried by people from a continent they had never imagined, was going to arrive in their grandchildren's time and change everything. They were just children playing in the dirt, making little clay animals, living in the world as they found it. And something about that, something about the specificity and the smallness of those lopsided clay creatures makes the vastness of the history we have been moving through tonight feel suddenly intimate and near. That is what all of this history is, in the end. Not just earthworks and road systems and astronomical alignments, though it is all of those things. It is people. Specific human beings who were born and who lived and who died, who built things and made things and taught their children and fed their families and told stories by firelight and looked up at the stars and wondered what it all meant. They wondered the same things we wonder. They were asking the same questions we are still asking. And the civilizations they built, extraordinary as they were just the setting for that most fundamental of human activities, trying to make sense of being here. The mounds are patient. They have been waiting in the dark for 1,000 years, or 2,000 years, or 5,000 years, and they are not in any hurry. They will wait while the development encroaches, and while the plows pass, and while the tourists come and go. They will wait while we argue about their significance, and debate their origins, and measure their alignments, and publish papers about their construction. They will wait because they are made of the same earth that everything else is made of, and that earth is going nowhere. But I hope, having spent this night with them, that you are a little less likely to pass them by without knowing what they are. I hope that the next time you drive through the Midwest on a highway that cuts across the floodplain of some river, you will notice the slight rises in the fields along the way and wonder whether any of them are something more than natural topography. I hope that when you visit the Southwest and stand in the ruins of a great house at Chaco, or look up at the cliff dwellings at Mesa Verde, you will feel the full weight of what those places represent and who built them, and how long ago and how completely our official history has failed to honor what they achieved. I hope that when you hear the words pre-Columbian or prehistoric or ancient America, the images that come to mind are not the vague stereotype of primitive people scratching in the dirt, but rather the sophisticated, ambitious, cosmologically engaged, artistically brilliant, organizationally sophisticated civilizations that actually existed here, on this ground, under these stars. They deserve to be known. They deserve to be remembered. And the fact that so much of their story remains mysterious, that so many of the deepest questions about their beliefs and their organization and their collapse remain open, is not a reason to stop asking. It is a reason to keep going. The mystery is the invitation. The gaps in our knowledge are the spaces where curiosity lives. And the work of filling those gaps, slowly, carefully, with evidence, and with respect for the living descendants of these ancient peoples, is some of the most important and most fascinating work being done in American scholarship today. So when you wake up tomorrow and the sun comes through your window and the world looks ordinary and familiar and accounted for, remember that it is not. The ordinary landscape of the United States is sitting on top of an extraordinary history, one that stretches back further than our official memory reaches, one that built things and thought thoughts, and made beauty that we are still only beginning to appreciate. The megastructures are out there, waiting in the dark of the earth, patient as the mounds themselves, asking only to be remembered. And if you find yourself tonight on the edge of sleep, in that long, slow dissolution between waking and dreaming, maybe you will feel them. The weight of the earth that was moved, basket by basket, by human hands with human intentions. The alignment of the stars that somebody watched for decades to understand well enough to encode into stone and earth. The community gathered in a great kiva, breathing together in firelight, beneath a roof of massive timbers carried 30 miles on human shoulders. The child at Kincaid making a lopsided clay animal in the shadow of the mound. They were all here, and in some sense that matters more than we have words for. They are still here, in the ground, in the sky, in the stories we are willing to tell about them, in the willingness, finally, to look at the landscape we live in and see it whole. Good night. The mounds are patient, and so are the stars. Let us go deeper into what archaeologists call the eastern woodlands, that vast forested region between the Atlantic coast and the Mississippi River, that was home to some of the most culturally diverse and in many ways most astonishing pre-Columbian civilizations of North America. Because when most people think about pre-Columbian North America, even people who know about Cahokia and the Hopewell, they tend to think of a relatively sparse and disconnected set of cultures scattered across an enormous landscape. The reality was far more densely populated, far more interconnected, and far more culturally sophisticated than the standard picture allows. Consider the Connecticut River Valley in what is now southern New England. 1,000 years ago, this valley was home to a substantial population of Algonquian-speaking peoples who were farming corn, beans, and squash in the rich bottomlands, fishing the river runs of alewives and shad and salmon that were then one of the great natural bounties of the Northeast, and participating in trade networks that connected them to communities as far away as the Great Lakes and the Chesapeake Bay. Their longhouses and their villages are gone, replaced by the towns and farms of the colonial period and the suburban landscapes of the modern era. But the soil of the Connecticut River Valley still holds the traces of their occupation in the form of middens and post molds and buried hearths and the occasional cache of stone tools that turns up when a homeowner digs a garden bed or a contractor excavates a foundation. These people were not mysterious. They were not vanished in any supernatural sense. Their descendants, the Pequot, the Mohegan, the Wampanoag, the Nipmuc, the Pocumtuck, are still here. Many of them are living in New England today, maintaining their cultural identities against enormous pressure over many generations. But the pre-contact landscape of New England, the one that existed before the epidemics that devastated the region's indigenous population in the early 17th century, is poorly understood by most people, because it was so thoroughly replaced by the colonial landscape that came after. When the Puritan settlers arrived in Massachusetts in the 1620s and 1630s, they encountered a landscape that the devastating epidemic of 1616 to 1619 had emptied of much of its population. They found cleared fields and the ruins of villages and roads through the forest that led to places that nobody seemed to be living anymore. They interpreted what they found as providence, a divinely cleared path for their settlement. What they were actually walking through was the aftermath of a catastrophe. The cleared fields were not gifts. They were the abandoned gardens of people who had died. The roads through the forest were paths maintained by communities that no longer existed to maintain them. The apparent emptiness of coastal New England in the early colonial period was not a natural condition. It was the most recent chapter of a disaster that was still ongoing. And before that disaster, New England had been populated at a density that its colonial era observers, looking at the post-epidemic landscape, consistently underestimated. The archaeology of pre-contact New England is still being actively developed, and the picture it is revealing is of a complex, densely settled landscape of corn-growing communities along the river valleys, of seasonal camps on the coast and in the uplands, of sacred landscape features including cairn fields and stone walls and rock shelters that were maintained and used by indigenous peoples for centuries or millennia before European arrival. The stone walls that crisscross the New England landscape and that most people assume to be the work of colonial farmers. Clearing fields are, in many cases, far more complex than that story allows for. Archaeologists have identified stone walls in New England that appear to predate colonial settlement, that are not associated with any colonial era field clearing, and that in some cases follow alignments that suggest astronomical or territorial significance rather than agricultural practicality. This is contested territory, and the claims need to be evaluated carefully against the evidence. But the possibility that some of the stone features of the New England landscape reflect a deeper indigenous history than we have usually acknowledged is one that serious researchers are now exploring with increasing rigor. Further south in the Chesapeake Bay region, the picture of pre-contact civilization is somewhat clearer, in part because English settlement of the region began early enough that there are written accounts of the indigenous societies that still survived, diminished, but not yet destroyed, when John Smith and the other founders of the Virginia colony arrived in 1607. Smith's map of the Chesapeake, produced during his explorations of the region in 1608, is a remarkable document. It shows dozens of towns and villages along the rivers of the bay, many of them with names and approximate population figures. The Powhatan Confederacy, the political alliance of Algonquin-speaking tribes that controlled much of the Chesapeake at the time of English arrival, was a sophisticated political entity governed by a paramount chief named Wahunseneca, whom the English called Powhatan, who commanded tribute from over 30 distinct tribal groups and maintained his authority through a combination of kinship networks, military power, and ceremonial prestige. The Powhatan chiefdom was not an ancient institution. It appears to have been assembled in the generation or two before English contact, as a response to the growing political pressures of the period, possibly including the stress of epidemic disease moving inland from earlier European contacts along the coast. But it drew on a deeper tradition of political complexity in the Chesapeake region that had roots in the woodland period cultures of the preceding centuries and millennia. Smith described Powhatan towns with populations in the hundreds, surrounded by cleared fields of corn and beans and squash that stretched for miles along the river bottomlands. He described an organized system of tribute collection, of ceremonial performances, of diplomatic protocols that were clearly the product of a sophisticated political culture with its own rules and norms and expectations. He may not have fully understood what he was seeing, and his account is inevitably filtered through his own cultural assumptions and his particular political purposes. But the basic picture he provides of a complex, organized, politically sophisticated, indigenous society is confirmed by the archaeological record. The Chesapeake, before European contact, was home to tens of thousands of people living in organized communities, farming and fishing and trading, participating in political structures that had evolved over centuries to manage the relationships between communities across a complex landscape. And within a generation of sustained English contact, most of it was gone. Now let us turn to a part of the pre-Columbian story that gets almost no attention in popular accounts, but that is genuinely fascinating and that illuminates the deep history of the continent in unexpected ways. Let us talk about corn. Not corn as a crop, though it was an extraordinary crop. Let us talk about corn as a technology, because the development of maize agriculture in the Americas is one of the greatest single technological achievements in human history, and understanding it changes your picture of what American civilizations were capable of in important ways. Modern corn, the plant that feeds much of the world today, was developed from a wild grass called teosinte that grew in the highlands of Mexico. Teosinte and corn look, to a modern eye, almost nothing alike. Teosinte is a weedy-looking grass with tiny seed heads containing only a few hard seeds. Modern corn is a massive plant with large ears containing hundreds of starchy kernels. The genetic distance between teosinte and corn is enormous, representing thousands of years of deliberate human selection, of choosing the plants with slightly larger seeds, or slightly more kernel rows, or slightly thinner husks, and planting those seeds and then choosing again from the resulting plants, generation after generation for thousands of years, until the insignificant wild grass had been transformed into one of the world's most productive food plants. This is not simple. This is not something that happens by accident. The development of maize from teosinte was a deliberate, sustained, multi-generational breeding program carried out without any of the tools of modern genetics or plant science. It required careful observation of plant variation, deliberate selection of desirable traits, careful management of seed stocks to maintain and improve the desirable characteristics, and a sustained cultural commitment to the project across hundreds of generations. It was, in every meaningful sense, a feat of applied science, and the people who did it were the indigenous peoples of Mexico, beginning roughly 9,000 years ago and continuing for millennia until they had created the variety of corn that would eventually be adopted and further modified by every agricultural civilization of the Americas. The spread of corn northward into what is now the United States was a slow process, constrained partly by the need to develop new varieties adapted to the different climates of the North, and partly by the social and economic processes through which new technologies spread between cultures. Corn arrived in the American Southwest around 2,000 years ago, in the Midwest around 1,500 years ago, and in the Northeast around 1,000 years ago. But when it arrived, it transformed everything it touched. The Mississippian fluorescence, Cahokia, and its regional contemporaries, was built on corn. The platform mounds and the great plazas and the elaborate ceremonial systems of the Mississippian world were all ultimately sustained by the caloric surplus that intensive corn agriculture generated. Without corn, Cahokia was impossible. The adoption and intensification of corn agriculture in the American Bottom, the spectacularly fertile floodplain east of St. Louis, in the centuries before Cahokia's rise, created the agricultural base that supported the city's population and the political economy that made its construction possible. But the deeper point is this: the agricultural systems of the pre-Columbian Americas were not primitive or rudimentary. They were sophisticated, productive, and in many cases remarkably sustainable. The Three Sisters system, the companion planting of corn, beans, and squash that was practiced across much of North America, is an example of ecological sophistication that modern agronomists still admire. The beans fix nitrogen in the soil that the corn depletes, and the squash shades the ground to retain moisture and suppress weeds. The system is more productive per acre than monoculture corn and more sustainable over time. It was developed through the same kind of patient observation and experimentation that produced corn from teosinte over thousands of years of agricultural practice, and it represents a deep understanding of ecological relationships that is genuinely impressive. The Hohokam Canal system was not just an engineering achievement, it was also an expression of sophisticated water management knowledge, of understanding the hydraulics of canal flow and the agronomy of irrigated desert agriculture that allowed a complex society to sustain itself in one of the most challenging agricultural environments in North America for over 1,000 years. The raised fields of the Bolivian Amazon, the terra preta of Brazil, the terraced hillsides of the ancestral Puebloans in the southwest, all of these agricultural systems represent deep knowledge of local ecology, of soil chemistry, of water management, of plant behavior, accumulated through centuries of practice and transmitted across generations through teaching and demonstration and the embodied knowledge of experienced farmers. These were not primitive people blindly scratching at the ground. They were skilled agriculturalists working with an understanding of their specific environments that in many ways exceeds what modern industrial agriculture has bothered to develop, because industrial agriculture has the luxury of ignoring long-term sustainability in favor of short-term productivity in ways that traditional agriculturalists could not afford. The pre-Columbian agricultural systems of North America were by and large designed to last. The fact that many of them were ultimately overwhelmed by environmental challenges does not diminish that achievement. It was the combination of specific climatic events, population pressures, and political stresses, not some inherent fragility of the agricultural systems themselves, that caused most of the collapses we have discussed. There is another dimension of pre-Columbian North American civilization that deserves sustained attention, and that is the question of political organization. Because one of the most persistent myths about pre-Columbian North American peoples is that they lacked political organization beyond the level of the small band or the simple tribe, that they had no states, no governments, no institutions of the kind that we associate with complex political life. This myth is wrong in important and interesting ways. The most famous counterexample is the Haudenosaunee Confederacy, the political alliance of the Iroquois nations that united the Mohawk, Onondaga, Cayuga, Oneida, and Seneca peoples in what is now upstate New York, and later added the Tuscarora, creating a six-nation confederacy. The Haudenosaunee Great Law of Peace, the constitutional framework that governed the confederacy, was a sophisticated political document that addressed questions of governance, conflict resolution, individual rights, and the relationship between member nations that were not addressed with comparable sophistication in most contemporary European political thought. The influence of the Great Law of Peace on the political thinking of the American founders is a matter of historical debate, but there is substantial evidence that at least some of the founders were aware of the Haudenosaunee model and drew on aspects of it in their thinking about federalism and representative governance. The Confederacy itself was a functioning political institution that successfully managed relations between multiple sovereign nations for centuries before European contact, and that demonstrated remarkable resilience and adaptability in the face of the enormous pressures of the colonial period. But the Haudenosaunee were not unique in their political sophistication. The Powhatan Confederacy of the Chesapeake was a complex political entity, as we have discussed. The various confederacies of the Creek and Cherokee peoples in the Southeast were elaborate political institutions with their own constitutional frameworks and decision-making procedures. The political systems of the Pueblo, peoples of the Southwest, with their complex arrangements of clan and moiety and ceremonial society governance, were sophisticated and effective in managing community life across multiple villages and subgroups. The Mississippian chiefdoms were hierarchical political entities capable of commanding tribute, organizing labor, managing trade networks, and projecting military power over wide territories. They were not states in the European sense, but they were not simple kin-based bands either. They were complex polities with institutionalized authority structures, hereditary aristocracies, ceremonial systems that legitimized political power, and administrative capacities that extended well beyond what could be managed by informal consensus alone. The diversity of political forms in pre-Columbian North America is itself an important point. These were not all the same kind of society. The Haudenosaunee Confederacy was very different from a Mississippian chiefdom, which was very different from a Hohokam irrigation community, which was very different from the Chacoan system of the Southwest. Pre-Columbian North America was a continent of enormous cultural and political diversity in which different societies had developed different solutions to the fundamental problems of how to organize collective life, how to manage resources, how to resolve conflicts, how to transmit knowledge and authority across generations. That diversity was itself one of the strengths of the pre-Columbian world. It meant that the knowledge and the solutions developed in one part of the continent were available through the trade and communication networks we have discussed to communities in other parts of the continent, allowing for a kind of intellectual and technological cross-pollination that drove innovation across the entire system. The flattening of that diversity through colonization, the reduction of hundreds of distinct political traditions to a handful of surviving fragments, was not just a human tragedy, though it was certainly that. It was also an intellectual and civilizational loss of enormous proportions. There is a lake in Minnesota called Lake Itasca, conventionally identified as the source of the Mississippi River. It is a quiet, pine-fringed lake in the northern part of the state, and it is one of the most visited sites in the Minnesota State Park system. Tourists come to stand in the shallow headwaters of the river and feel the water of the Mississippi flowing over their feet. It is a beautiful place, and the sense of connection to one of the continent's great geographic and cultural axes that it provides is real. But I want to suggest that you can think about Lake Itasca in a slightly different way than most visitors do, because the Mississippi River system, the great drainage basin that encompasses roughly 40% of the contiguous United States and that has been the central geographic fact of North American history since the continent was first peopled, was also the central artery of the pre-Columbian civilizational world we have been discussing. Poverty Point sat on a tributary at the southern end of the Mississippi system. Watson Brake sat in the same region. Cahokia sat right on the river's edge at roughly its midpoint. The Hopewell culture flourished in the Ohio River Valley, the Mississippi's largest eastern tributary. The mound-building traditions of the Midwest and Southeast were all, in one way or another, river valley civilizations, using the rich alluvial soils of the river bottoms for agriculture, using the rivers themselves as highways for trade and communication, using the great rivers as the structural framework within which their political and ceremonial systems developed. When you look at a map of the Mississippi and its tributaries, and then overlay on it the distribution of major pre-Columbian mound-building sites, the relationship is immediately apparent and overwhelming. The rivers were the roads of pre-Columbian North America, and the greatest concentrations of civilizational achievement were where the rivers converged and crossed. Cahokia's location at the confluence of the Missouri and the Illinois and just upstream from the confluence of the Ohio, giving it access to essentially the entire interior drainage of the continent, was not accidental. It was strategically brilliant. A city at that location could receive goods from the Rocky Mountains and from the Appalachians and from the Great Lakes and from the Gulf Coast with equal ease, because the rivers connected all of those places to each other and to the American bottom. And that is exactly what the archaeology shows happened. Cahokia was the hub of the most extensive trade network in pre-Columbian North America, drawing in materials and people from across a continental territory and redistributing influence and ideology outward in return. The rivers made that possible. And the rivers, in a very real sense, made American civilization possible, both before and after the European arrival. The Ohio River was the highway of westward expansion for American settlers in the late 18th and early 19th centuries, for exactly the same reasons that it had been the highway of Hopewell expansion 2,000 years earlier. The geography that shaped pre-Columbian civilization shaped colonial civilization too, because geography does not change just because the culture inhabiting it changes. The land has its own logic, and that logic persists across whatever human dramas are played out on its surface. Here is something that very few people know about the pre-Columbian history of North America, something that sits at the intersection of archaeology and ecology, and that is changing how researchers think about the deep history of the continent's landscapes. Before European contact, the forests of eastern North America were fundamentally different from the forests that Europeans encountered and that modern ecologists have often taken as their baseline for what natural forest in this region looks like. The difference was not simply the result of climate or of some natural forest succession process. It was the result of deliberate human management. The indigenous peoples of eastern North America practiced landscape management through controlled fire on a massive scale and over a very long time period, creating and maintaining open park-like woodlands with significant grassy understories that were far more productive for game animals and for human food plants than the dense closed canopy forests that developed after European contact. The park-like quality of the eastern woodlands that early European explorers frequently described, the impression they gave of a landscape that looked almost like a managed garden, was not illusion. It was accurate observation. The landscape really did look that way, because it had been managed to look that way through centuries of careful burning that suppressed undergrowth, maintained open grassy areas, encouraged the growth of mast-producing trees like oaks and chestnuts, and created the habitat conditions that favored the deer and turkey and other game animals on which the region's human population depended. When European settlement disrupted this management regime by displacing or killing the people who practiced it, the forest changed. The dense undergrowth that early settlers constantly complained about was not a natural condition. It was what happens when you stop burning. The eastern forests that 19th century naturalists described as primeval and that have served as the reference condition for much eastern ecological restoration, thinking were not primeval at all. They were forests that had lost their managers and had reverted to a condition that pre-Columbian peoples would not have recognized as the force of their homeland. This finding has enormous implications for how we think about ecological restoration and about the relationship between human management and natural systems. It suggests that the distinction between wilderness and managed landscape that European thinking has usually taken as fundamental is, at least in the case of eastern North America, largely false. The eastern woodlands were wilderness in the sense that they were not organized along European lines of private ownership and agricultural cultivation. But they were not unmanaged. They were managed skillfully and sustainably by people who understood them in ways that European settlers did not and mostly could not, because the knowledge required to manage those landscapes had been developed and refined over millennia and was embedded in specific cultural practices and ecological knowledge traditions that were disrupted and in many cases destroyed by the colonial encounter. The restoration of that ecological knowledge, where it is possible, is now recognized by many ecologists and land managers as one of the most important tools available for managing the complex ecological challenges of the 21st century American landscape. The indigenous peoples of North America were not just the victims of ecological change. They were, in many cases, the original ecological engineers of the landscapes that now constitute the United States, and their knowledge and their management traditions are directly relevant to the environmental challenges we face today. Let us spend some time with the most ancient layers of this history, the periods before the cultures we have been discussing, before the Hopewell and Cahokia and Chaco, before even Poverty Point and Watson Break, in the deep prehistory of North American occupation. Because the story of the first Americans, how they got here, when they arrived, what they found, and what happened in the first millennia of human occupation of the continent, is one of the most actively debated and rapidly changing areas of American archaeology. For most of the 20th century, the standard story of the first Americans was the Clovis first model. According to this model, the first humans to enter the Americas arrived from northeastern Asia, crossing the Bering land bridge into Alaska sometime around 13,000 years ago, and then moving rapidly south through a newly opened ice-free corridor east of the Rocky Mountains into the heart of the continent. These first Americans, the Clovis people, named for a distinctive type of fluted spear, point first found near Clovis, New Mexico, were supposed to be the ancestors of all indigenous peoples of the Americas. The Clovis first model had the virtue of elegance and the evidence of a distinctive and widespread tool technology behind it. Clovis points have been found across a huge territory of North and South America, and they are associated with the remains of mammoths and other megafauna in ways that suggested a pattern of big game hunting that was consistent with the idea of a rapidly expanding population moving through a previously unpopulated landscape. But the Clovis first model has been under sustained challenge for decades, and by now it is clear that it is wrong, or at least incomplete, in important ways. Sites in South America, most notably Monte Verde in Chile, have produced evidence of human occupation dating to 14,000 years ago, or more, before the Clovis horizon in North America. The math does not work for a Clovis first entry. If people were in southern Chile 14,000 years ago, they must have arrived in the Americas earlier than 13,000 years ago, and they must have traveled through environments and by routes that the Clovis first model does not account for. The most widely accepted alternative is the coastal migration model. The idea that the first Americans moved south along the Pacific coast of the Americas during the last glacial maximum, when sea levels were low enough to expose coastal shelves that would have provided habitable land and abundant marine resources all the way from Beringia to the southern tip of South America. This model accounts for the early dates in South America and is consistent with the evidence of early maritime technology in other parts of the Pacific world at the same time period. It also predicts that the archaeological evidence for these earliest coastal migrants is largely on the seafloor, which explains why it is so hard to find. There are hints of pre-Clovis occupation at a number of sites across North America, sites that have produced dates older than 13,000 years, and artifacts or ecofacts that suggest human presence before the Clovis horizon. The Meadowcroft rock shelter in Pennsylvania has produced dates that some researchers read as suggesting occupation around 16,000 years ago. The Deborah L. Friedkin site in Texas has produced pre-Clovis artifact assemblages. The Bluefish caves in the Yukon have produced evidence of possible human activity as early as 24,000 years ago. None of these pre-Clovis claims is without controversy, and the debate continues. But the cumulative weight of the evidence suggests that people were in the Americas, in at least some locations, earlier than the Clovis first model allows, and the genetic evidence derived from the analysis of ancient DNA from archaeological remains and from modern indigenous populations is increasingly consistent with a scenario of multiple migrations into the Americas at different time periods through different routes, producing the complex pattern of genetic and cultural diversity that characterizes pre-Columbian North America. The deep prehistory of the continent is still being written. Every new excavation, every new application of ancient DNA analysis to early American skeletal remains, every new dating of coastal shelf sediments adds pieces to a puzzle that is far more complex than the simple Clovis first model suggested, and that complexity is appropriate. The Americas are a vast territory. Their colonization by the ancestors of the continent's indigenous peoples was not a single event, but a long, complex, multi-stage process that unfolded over thousands of years and that produced in its outcome one of the most culturally and linguistically diverse regions on the planet. The continent that European explorers reached in the late 15th century was home to hundreds of distinct languages, dozens of distinct cultural traditions, and an enormous variety of social and political forms, all of which were the product of thousands of years of separate development, migration, trade, conflict, and synthesis. It was not a simple place. It was one of the most complex human environments on Earth. There is a rock formation in the Black Hills of South Dakota that the Lakota people know as Bear Butte, and that has been a sacred site for numerous Plains Indian peoples for many centuries. It is a laccolith, a dome of igneous rock that has pushed up through the surrounding sedimentary layers, creating a prominent natural landmark visible for miles across the flat plains. But the deeper significance of Bear Butte is not its geology. It is its role in the ceremonial and spiritual geography of the Plains peoples, as a place of vision, quests, of prayer, of connection to the spirit world, of gathering and renewal. Bear Butte is a place that has been made sacred by centuries of human attention, by the prayers and the offerings and the ceremonies that have accumulated there across generations, by the stories that people tell about it and the experiences people have had there. It is, in the language of contemporary landscape archaeology, a cultural landscape feature, a place whose significance is primarily the product of human meaning-making, rather than of natural properties, and Bear Butte is not unique. The pre-Columbian landscape of North America is full of such places, sites that were sacred, significant, and deeply meaningful to the peoples who inhabited them, and that were visited, maintained, and returned to over long periods of time. Some of them we know about because they have been documented ethnographically through conversations with indigenous peoples whose traditions maintain the memory of their significance. Others we can identify archaeologically through the concentrations of offerings and the patterns of visitation that leave traces in the archaeological record. And others, probably many others, we have no way of identifying because the knowledge of their significance died with the communities that held it in the demographic catastrophe of the colonial period. The sacred landscape of pre-Columbian North America was as complex and as culturally layered as the physical landscape of the earthworks and the great houses and the canal systems. Every mountain and every river and every unusual rock formation and every place where unusual things had happened or were believed to happen was potentially a node in a web of sacred geography that gave meaning to the landscape and structured the relationship between human communities and the land they inhabited. The loss of that sacred geography, the severing of those meaning-laden relationships between people and place, was one of the deepest wounds of colonization because it severed people from the landscape itself, from the accumulated meaning of thousands of years of human presence and human attention. Healing that wound, where it is possible, requires not just the return of land, but the recovery or reconstruction of the relationships and the knowledge and the stories that make land more than real estate, that make it home. As this long night moves toward morning, I want to return one more time to the question that runs beneath all of the specific sites and cultures and engineering achievements we have discussed. The question of what it means that all of this happened here, on this continent, in this landscape that we now call the United States, because there is something particular about the American relationship to this history that is different from the way other countries relate to their archaeological pasts. In Mexico, the pre-Columbian civilizations of the Aztec and the Maya and the Olmec and the dozens of other cultures that preceded and coexisted with them are a central part of the national identity. The Pyramid of the Sun at Teotihuacan is on the Mexican national coat of arms. The calendar stone of the Aztec is one of the most recognized images in the world. The ruins of Monte Alban and Palenque and Chichen Itza are national treasures, celebrated and maintained as expressions of a deep and remarkable heritage. In Peru, the civilizations of the Inca and the Moche and the Chavan and the Wari are similarly central to national identity. Machu Picchu is one of the most visited places in the world. The gold of the Chimu and the textiles of the Paracas are displayed in the world's great museums as masterpieces of human artistic achievement. But in the United States, the equivalent sites, Cahokia and Newark and Chaco and Mesa Verde and Poverty Point and the dozens of other extraordinary pre-Columbian places on American soil, occupy a much more marginal place in the national consciousness. Cahokia gets a fraction of the visitors that Chichen Itza gets, despite being a comparable site in terms of historical significance and architectural achievement. The earthworks of the Ohio River Valley are unknown to the majority of Ohio residents, let alone to the broader American public. The pre-Columbian history of North America is not taught with the depth and seriousness it deserves in American schools, and it is not reflected in the national self-image with anything approaching the prominence it merits. Why is this? The reasons are complex and historically layered, Part of it is the specific ideological needs of American nationalism, which required an empty or primitive continent to justify the process of colonization and dispossession. Part of it is the nature of the pre-Columbian civilizations themselves, which built in wood and earth rather than stone, and therefore left ruins that are less immediately spectacular to the untrained eye than the great stone pyramids of Mexico or the carved temples of Peru. Part of it is the ongoing marginalization of Native American peoples and perspectives in American public life, which means that the voices that might most effectively advocate for greater recognition of pre-Columbian heritage are often the voices with the least access to the mechanisms of public education and cultural production. And part of it is simply the human tendency to value most what we know best, and most Americans have never been taught to know this history well. But that is changing, slowly, imperfectly, unevenly, but changing. The application of new technologies to the study of pre-Columbian sites is revealing new details and new sites with increasing regularity. The academic literature on pre-Columbian North American civilizations has expanded enormously over the past generation. Popular books on this topic, from Charles Mann's 1491 to Timothy Pocketet's work on Cahokia to the growing literature on Chaco and the Hopewell, have reached wide audiences and shifted the popular understanding of what was here before European contact, and the voices of indigenous scholars and community members insisting on the recognition of their ancestors' achievements and on the relevance of their own traditions to the interpretation of archaeological sites are increasingly being heard in academic and public contexts. The picture is not yet where it should be. The story we have been telling tonight, the story of Watson Brake and Poverty Point and Cahokia and Chaco and Mesa Verde and the Hohokam and the Hopewell and all the rest, is not yet the story that most Americans learn in school or carry in their heads as part of their understanding of the place they live. But the direction of change is clear, and the evidence supporting change is overwhelming. This history is real. It is documented. It is extraordinary, and it belongs to everyone who lives on this continent as a legacy of the human achievement that preceded everything that came after. The megastructures are still in the ground. The alignments are still in the sky. The questions are still open, and the story is still being told. There is one more thing to say before the silence takes over completely, one more layer of this history that deserves to be named and honored in the space of late-night reflection. It is the layer of continuity, because running through all of the stories of rise and fall and collapse and abandonment that we have told tonight, there is also a story of survival. The descendant of the people who built Watson Brake and Poverty Point and Cahokia and Chaco and Mesa Verde did not vanish. They did not disappear into some prehistoric mist. They are alive. They are present. They are here. The Pueblo peoples of New Mexico and Arizona are living, practicing cultures whose continuity with the ancestral Puebloans of the Southwest is documented in the archaeological record, in the oral traditions, in the genetic evidence, and in the living practice of kiva ceremonies and pottery traditions and architectural forms that connect them directly to the builders of Chaco and Mesa Verde. The O'odham peoples of the Sonoran Desert live within and around the ruins of the Hohokam Canal system that their ancestors built. The Muskogee Creek and the Cherokee and the Chickasaw and the Choctaw and dozens of other southeastern peoples are descended from the Mississippian civilization that built Cahokia and the platform mound communities of the southeast. The Haudenosaunee nations of the northeast continue to maintain their political institutions and their cultural traditions with a vitality and a sophistication that reflects the deep history of those institutions. The Lakota and the Cheyenne and the Arapaho and the dozens of other plains peoples maintain relationships to the sacred landscape of the Great Plains that reflect thousands of years of human presence on those grasslands. The survival of these communities and the maintenance of their cultural and political institutions across 5 centuries of colonization and dispossession and forced assimilation is itself one of the most extraordinary achievements in the story of pre-Columbian North American civilization. It is the continuation of that story, not its ending. The earthworks may be silent. The great houses may be ruins. The road system may be invisible from the surface, but the people are still here, and the knowledge, fragmentary and damaged and in need of healing and restoration as it is still alive. The story of America's lost megastructures is not only a story of loss, it is also a story of persistence, of the refusal of human communities to let their histories be entirely erased, of the maintenance through all the pressures and all the catastrophes, of connections between present communities and past achievements, of the insistence that these extraordinary places, these earthworks, and these roads and these cliff dwellings and these great kivas and these canal systems are not merely archaeological curiosities, but are the physical manifestations of an intellectual and spiritual heritage that is still relevant, still living, still demanding to be known. And that is, in the end, the deepest reason to care about this history, not because it is curious or because it is remarkable, though it is both of those things, but because it is true, and the truth of it matters for the people whose ancestors built these things, and for all the people who share this continent with their descendants, and who live on land that carries this history in its very soil. The land remembers, and when we are willing to listen to what the land remembers, we learn things about ourselves and about the human capacity for achievement and for loss and for survival that we cannot learn anywhere else. The stars above Chaco Canyon tonight are the same stars that the Chacoans watched for centuries to build their road network and align their great houses. The moon that will rise over the Newark Octagon in Ohio follows the same 18-and-a-half-year cycle that the Hopewell encoded into that earthwork 2,000 years ago. The Mississippi River flows past the mounds of Cahokia on its way to the Gulf, with the same indifference to the history it has witnessed that water has always maintained toward the human dramas enacted on its banks. The desert of the Sonoran still holds in its dry soil the traces of the Hohokam canals, visible to radar if not to the naked eye. The sandstone of Chaco Canyon is slowly eroding under the wind and rain, taking with it the fine masonry that some long-dead builder shaped with such care and precision 800 years ago. Time is working on all of it, but slowly, more slowly than the civilizations themselves could have imagined when they were building. The mounds of Watson Brake have persisted for 5,400 years. The cliff dwellings of Mesa Verde have been empty for 7 centuries and are still standing. The great houses of Chaco are ruins, but they are recognizable ruins, and the walls that remain retain something of the dignity and the intention of the people who raised them. The land holds its history carefully, more carefully, perhaps, than we have held our obligation to know it. But we are learning, slowly, imperfectly, with all the limitations of distance and time and the specific ways that colonization disrupted the transmission of knowledge. We are learning what this continent was before we inherited it. We are learning to read the mounds and the earthworks and the alignments and the ceramic traditions and the trade networks and the agricultural systems and the sacred landscapes as what they are, the record of sophisticated human civilizations that flourished on this ground for thousands of years before the arrival of the people whose descendants now fill its cities and farm its fields and drive its highways without knowing, in most cases, that they are driving across a landscape full of history. That history is patient. It has been waiting a long time to be known. And perhaps, in some small way, on this particular night, we have paid it the attention it deserves. Sleep well. The mounds are patient, and so are the questions. And so, if you will let yourself be, are you? Let us go north, far north, into a territory that most Americans think of as cold and remote and historically thin, a place where civilization in the grand sense seems unlikely. Let us go to the Aleutian Islands, that long arc of volcanic rock that stretches from the tip of the Alaska Peninsula southwest toward Kamchatka, and then to the coastline of southern Alaska and the Pacific Northwest, because the pre-Columbian history of this region contains some of the most remarkable and most underappreciated civilizational achievements in North America. The Unangan people, known to most Americans as the Aleut, have been living in the Aleutian Islands and the Alaska Peninsula for somewhere between 9,000 and 10,000 years, making them one of the most ancient continuously occupied human settlements in the New World. In a landscape that most modern people would consider almost unlivably harsh, with cold fog and violent storms and almost no terrestrial plant resources to speak of, the Nangan built a civilization that sustained itself for millennia on the extraordinary productivity of the marine environment. They were among the most skilled maritime hunters in the history of the world. Their baidarkas, the small skin-covered kayaks that were the primary vehicle for Unangan hunting, were engineering marvels, perfectly adapted to the conditions of the North Pacific, highly maneuverable in rough seas, and capable of covering enormous distances. Unangan hunters in baidarkas pursued sea otters and sea lions and fur seals and whales with harpoons whose designs were refined over centuries to maximize effectiveness in the specific conditions of the Aleutian marine environment. They developed hunting technologies and techniques so effective that Russian fur traders, when they encountered the Unangan in the 18th century, immediately recognized the superiority of Unangan maritime technology and forced Unangan hunters to work for them, essentially enslaving the most skilled maritime hunters on Earth in service of the fur trade. But the Unangan were not simply hunters. They were a culturally sophisticated people with an elaborate artistic tradition, a complex social organization, and a deep knowledge of their environment that went far beyond simple resource extraction. The elaborately decorated hunting hats of Unangan men, made from bent wood and decorated with sea lion whiskers and carved ivory and seabird feathers, are among the most beautiful objects produced by any pre-Columbian culture in North America. They were also, like the astronomical alignments of Chaco and the earthwork geometries of Newark, simultaneously functional and symbolic. The specific decorations on a hunting hat communicated information about the wearer's family, his hunting achievements, and his social status. The hat itself was designed to reduce glare on the water while hunting. Form and function and symbol were inseparable in Unangan material culture, as they were in the material cultures of pre-Columbian peoples across the continent. Further south along the Pacific coast, in what is now the Pacific Northwest of the United States and Canada, the indigenous peoples of the region developed what many researchers consider to be the most complex non-agricultural civilization in the world. The tribes of the northwest coast, including the Tlingit, the Haida, the Tsimshian, the Kwakwakawaku, the Nucha-Nulth, the Coast Salish, and many others, built societies of extraordinary cultural sophistication without agriculture, sustained entirely by the extraordinary productivity of the Pacific marine environment. The salmon runs of the northwest coast rivers were among the greatest natural food sources in the world. Enormous runs of 5 different species of salmon moving through the rivers in regular seasonal patterns provided a protein source so reliable and so abundant that communities living along these rivers could accumulate significant food surpluses without farming, surpluses that supported a level of social complexity and artistic production that was genuinely remarkable. The Northwest Coast peoples built permanent large villages of substantial cedar plank houses. They created one of the most distinctive and most sophisticated artistic traditions in the world, expressed in the carved and painted forms of totem poles, house fronts, masks, bentwood boxes, and a dozen other forms. They practiced a ceremonial system centered on the potlatch, a feast at which wealth was publicly given away, that regulated the distribution of resources, validated social status, and reinforced political relationships across communities. The wealth that fueled these ceremonies came from the same marine environment that had sustained the Northwest Coast peoples for thousands of years, converted through skilled labor into dried fish and processed goods that could be accumulated, traded, and given away in the competitive generosity of the potlatch. Northwest Coast oral traditions preserve records of genealogies and historical events that reach back many generations before European contact, giving us a window into the deep history of these societies that is unavailable for most pre-Columbian North American cultures. The complexity of the kinship systems, the detail of the ceremonial protocols, the sophistication of the artistic traditions all speak of long-developed cultural institutions with deep historical roots. These were not simple societies. They were among the most complex, culturally rich, and artistically productive societies in the pre-Columbian world. There is a place in the middle of the country, in Kansas, that does not appear on most lists of significant pre-Columbian sites, and that is barely known outside a narrow circle of specialists, but that deserves a moment's attention because it represents something important about the pre-Columbian history of the Great Plains that is often overlooked. The site is called the Tobias site, and it is associated with a culture that archaeologists call the Great Bend aspect, or the Wichita ancestor tradition, a farming culture that flourished on the southern plains between roughly 1400 and 1700 AD. The site itself is not spectacular in the way that Cahokia or Chaco or Mesa Verde are spectacular. It does not have enormous earthworks or cliff dwellings or a famous canyon setting. What it has is houses, dozens of circular earthen lodge structures arranged around an open plaza that housed a farming community of several hundred people who grew corn and beans and squash in the rich bottomlands along the Arkansas River, hunted bison on the surrounding plains, and traded with communities to their south and east through networks that connected them to the broader Mississippian and Southern Plains cultural worlds. The Tobias site matters not because of its architectural grandeur, but because of what it represents in the story of the Southern Great Plains. The standard historical narrative of the Great Plains tends to treat the plains as a region that was only sparsely occupied before European contact, a vast grassland roamed by nomadic buffalo hunters, with no permanent settlements and no complex social organization. This narrative is wrong. The southern and central Great Plains had a substantial farming population in the centuries before European contact, concentrated along the major river valleys, where the combination of bottomland soils and water availability made corn agriculture possible. These farming communities were not primitive or simple. They were organized communities with permanent architecture, complex social structures, and participation in regional trade networks. They were, in short, part of the broader pre-Columbian civilizational world of North America, not an empty frontier beyond its edge. The transformation of the southern and central Great Plains into the bison hunting territory of nomadic peoples that Europeans encountered in the 17th and 18th centuries was, in large part the result of the same demographic catastrophe that reshaped the rest of the continent. Epidemic disease moving inland from coastal contact points devastated the farming populations of the river valleys before European explorers arrived to document them. The great bison herds that characterized the plains in the historic era were themselves partly a product of this demographic collapse, as the hunting pressure that the farming peoples had maintained on the herds was removed and the animal populations exploded, and the adoption of the horse by plains. Peoples after Spanish horses escaped into the wild in the late 16th and early 17th centuries transformed the entire economy and culture of the region so rapidly and so thoroughly that by the time American explorers encountered the plains in the 19th century, the equestrian, nomadic buffalo hunting culture that they found seemed primordial and ancient when it was in fact quite recent, a highly successful adaptation to the combination of demographic catastrophe and the availability of a new technology. The deeper history of the plains, the farming communities along the rivers, the trade networks connecting them to the broader pre-Columbian world, the complex social and political institutions that had developed over centuries of agricultural occupation was hidden under the dramatic surface of the equestrian culture that replaced it. That deeper history is still being excavated, literally and figuratively, by archaeologists working along the river valleys of Kansas and Nebraska and Oklahoma and Texas. And what they are finding consistently is more complexity than the standard narrative allows for. There is a story told by the Hopi people of Arizona about the time before they came to their current home, the time of the migrations, when their ancestors traveled through many places and learned many things before they were ready to settle in the Mesa country where they live today. The migrations are a central element of Hopi cosmology, and the places that the ancestors visited during those migrations are marked across the landscape of the Colorado Plateau and beyond by spiral petroglyphs, the sign that a Hopi clan passed through and was acknowledged by the keeper of the land. When archaeologists first heard these migration stories and looked at the distribution of spiral petroglyphs across the Southwest, some of them dismissed it as myth. But more careful analysis has shown that the spiral petroglyph distributions are real and that they correspond in many cases to actual patterns of ancestral pueblo and population movement that are visible in the ceramic and architectural record. The migration stories are history. They are told in a different form than the kind of history that archaeologists usually work with, but they encode real information about real events that happened in real places. The relationship between oral tradition and archaeological evidence in the study of pre-Columbian North American history is one of the most interesting and most contested methodological issues in the field. For much of the 20th century, professional archaeologists treated oral traditions with skepticism as unreliable sources contaminated by mythological elaboration and too distant in time from the events they described to be trusted as factual evidence. This skepticism was not entirely without basis. Oral traditions can and do change over time. They can incorporate mythological elements that obscure historical content. They can be influenced by the specific cultural and political needs of the communities that maintain them. But the wholesale dismissal of oral traditions as historical evidence was also wrong, and it was wrong in ways that had specific consequences for the interpretation of the pre-Columbian record. Some of the most important corrections to the archaeological interpretation of specific sites and cultures have come from taking oral traditions seriously as historical sources. The identification of the biological relationship between modern Pueblo peoples and the ancestral Puebloans, now confirmed by genetic evidence, was anticipated by Pueblo oral traditions that had always maintained continuity with the cliff-dwelling ancestors. The interpretation of the Cahokia site has been enriched by attention to the oral traditions of the Osage, the Tegahan Sioux, speaking peoples who may have direct historical connections to the Mississippian tradition. The understanding of Chaco has been deepened by engagement with the oral traditions of the Pueblo peoples who maintain connections to the canyon. The lesson is not that oral traditions should be accepted uncritically as literal historical fact. The lesson is that they should be engaged with as serious historical sources, subjected to the same critical analysis as any other historical document, and that when they are, they often yield information that archaeological evidence alone cannot provide. They give us access to the inside of the historical process, to the way the people who lived through these events understood and interpreted and remembered them, which is different from and complementary to the outside view provided by material culture analysis. The dismissal of oral traditions was part of the broader colonial project of disqualifying indigenous knowledge and perspective. Reversing it is part of the broader project of decolonizing American history, of producing a more complete and more honest account of what happened on this continent before and during the European encounter. The Colorado River begins in the Rocky Mountains of Colorado and flows southwest through a landscape that it has sculpted over millions of years into one of the most dramatic environments on Earth. The Grand Canyon, which the river has carved through a mile of rock over the past 5 to 6 million years, is the most famous of its works. But the Colorado River system also flows through the territory of the pre-Columbian ancestral Puebloan world, and the canyon country of the Colorado Plateau is among the most archaeologically rich landscapes in North America. For thousands of years, the canyons and mesas of the Colorado Plateau were home to a succession of cultures that adapted to the specific challenges and opportunities of this extreme environment with extraordinary creativity and resilience. The basket maker cultures, the ancestors of the ancestral Puebloans, were living in the canyon country as early as 1,500 years before the Common Era. They were hunter-gatherers who gradually incorporated corn agriculture into their subsistence system, and who developed distinctive material culture traditions, including the exceptional basketry that gives them their archaeological name. The early basket maker sites are humble by the standards of what came later. Shallow pit house villages, modest ceramic assemblages, evidence of a subsistence economy that was still heavily dependent on hunting and gathering. But already in these early sites there are hints of the astronomical awareness and the symbolic sophistication that would characterize the later ancestral Puebloan tradition. Rock art panels associated with basket maker sites show sun watchers, figures with sun symbols, the marks of a people who were already attending carefully to the movements of the sky. Over the following centuries, the basket maker tradition evolved into what archaeologists call Pueblo I and Pueblo II, the periods leading up to the florescence of the Chaco system. Population grew. Villages became larger and more permanent. Architecture shifted from pit houses to above-ground masonry structures. The ceramic tradition became more elaborate and more regionally diverse, and the evidence of astronomical awareness became more pronounced, with site orientations and specific architectural features that encode celestial alignments appearing at sites across the plateau. The Chaco fluorescence, which we have already discussed at length, represents the peak of this developmental trajectory. But after Chaco's collapse in the mid-12th century, the story does not end. The populations that had been drawn into the Chacan sphere moved and reorganized, and the following century saw the development of the cliff-dwelling tradition that reached its apex at Mesa Verde and in the canyon systems of southeastern Utah, as we have discussed. And after Mesa Verde's abandonment around 1300, the story continued again with the ancestral Pueblo and populations moving south and east into the Rio Grande Valley and the Hopi and Zuni mesas, where they built the Pueblo communities that survive today. The Pueblo IV period, from roughly 1300 to 1600 AD, saw the construction of some of the largest and most architecturally sophisticated Pueblo communities in the history of the ancestral Pueblo and tradition. Sites like Arroyo Hondo, Taiwanyi, and Kuwawa in the Rio Grande Valley were large multi-story compounds housing hundreds or thousands of people. The Kiva murals of Kuwawa, painted in the 14th and 15th centuries, represent a pinnacle of pre-Columbian religious painting in North America, showing the ceremonial traditions of the Rio Grande Pueblo peoples in elaborate and beautiful detail. And then, in the mid-16th century, Spanish explorers arrived from Mexico. Francisco Coronado's expedition of 1540 to 1542 passed directly through the Pueblo world, encountering communities that were the direct descendants of the Chacans and the Mesa Verdeans, still practicing the Kiva ceremonies and the pottery traditions and the architectural forms that connected them across centuries to their ancestors. The contact was violent and exploitative. The Spanish demanded food and labor from the Pueblo communities they encountered, using force when demands were not met. A series of conflicts that culminated in the Pueblo Revolt of 1680, in which the Pueblo peoples expelled the Spanish from their territory for 12 years, the only successful large-scale revolt against European colonization in North American history, marked the most dramatic moment of this contact period. The Pueblo Revolt was organized and led by a Tewa religious leader from Okai, Owenge, named Popai, who coordinated resistance across dozens of Pueblo communities speaking multiple different languages, using the Kiva network as his organizational infrastructure. It was a remarkable achievement of political organization and strategic planning, carried out in secret against an adversary with superior military technology, and it succeeded. For 12 years, the Pueblo peoples lived free of Spanish rule. When the Spanish returned in 1692, they came on different terms, and the relationship between the Pueblo peoples and Spanish colonial authority was thereafter more negotiated and less overtly exploitative than it had been before the revolt. The Pueblo peoples survived. Their communities persist today. Their cultural traditions, their languages, their ceremonial practices, their architectural forms, their pottery traditions, all of the markers of the civilization that began with the basket makers 2,000 years ago and developed through the Chacuan fluorescence and the cliff-dwelling period and the great Rio Grande Pueblo communities, all of it survived, damaged and modified, and in some ways transformed by the colonial encounter, but not destroyed, not forgotten, not lost. As we come to the end of this night's journey, I want to leave you with a thought about what it means to inherit a landscape. Every person living in the United States today has inherited a landscape that carries within it the physical traces and the cultural legacy of thousands of years of human occupation before their own community arrived here. That inheritance is complex, and it is not always acknowledged, but it is real. The roads that follow river valleys in the Midwest often follow routes that were first established by pre-Columbian peoples, moving through the landscape on the same logic that rivers and bottomlands provided the easiest paths through a forested continent. The agricultural landscapes of the Southwest are built, in many places, on or near the agricultural infrastructure that Hohokam and ancestral Pueblo and farmers developed over centuries of careful environmental observation. The ecological communities of the eastern forests are the partially recovered remnants of landscapes that pre-Columbian peoples managed through fire and selective harvesting for thousands of years before European arrival. The archaeological sites that lie beneath the parking lots and the strip malls and the suburban developments of the modern American landscape are not irrelevant curiosities from a distant past. They are the physical record of the human history of the specific place where we live, and they connect us, whether we know it or not, to a depth of time and a richness of human achievement that the standard narrative of American history simply does not capture. Knowing this history does not obligate any particular political response, though it does provide context for ongoing debates about land, sovereignty, and the rights of indigenous peoples that would benefit from more historical depth than they usually receive. Knowing this history does not require guilt or despair, though it may require a degree of honest reckoning with the scale of what was lost in the colonial period and what responsibility the present has toward the repair and recovery of what can still be recovered. What knowing this history does require is attention, the willingness to look at the landscape around you and ask what came before, the willingness to take the earthworks and the ruins and the rock art and the oral traditions and the archaeological evidence seriously as records of genuine human achievement, the willingness to let the full complexity of this continent's human history be present in your sense of where you live and what it means to live here. The mounds are still there, the roads are still in the ground, the alignments are still in the sky, the questions are still open, and the people who carry these histories in their blood and in their traditions and in their relationships to this land are still here, still maintaining the connections that colonization tried to sever, still insisting on the importance of what their ancestors built and thought and knew. They deserve to be heard, and the history they are keeping deserves to be known. Sleep well. The stars above you are the same stars that every human being who has ever stood on this ground has looked up at and wondered about. The ground beneath you holds more history than any of us will ever fully know. And the mystery of it all, the gorgeous, humbling, endlessly fascinating mystery of what human beings have done on this continent across thousands of years, is as present in the air around you as the darkness itself. Let it be with you as you sleep. The megastructures endure, and so do the questions. Good night. There is a river in Ohio called the Scioto, and it flows south through the heart of the state, past the modern city of Columbus, and through the rolling hills of Ross County, until it joins the Ohio River near Portsmouth. The Scioto Valley is one of the most archaeologically important landscapes in North America, and for most of the people who drive along its banks today, it is simply a river. It is simply scenery. It is simply the background to whatever else is happening in their lives. But the Scioto Valley was, for centuries, one of the great ceremonial heartlands of the Hopewell world, and the evidence of that centrality is written across its landscape in a way that becomes visible the moment you know what to look for. Chillicothe, the county seat of Ross County, sits near the center of the most dense concentration of Hopewell earthwork sites in the entire region. Within a few miles of Chillicothe, there are more significant Hopewell sites than in any comparable area of the continent. High Bank Works, with its circle and octagon aligned to the lunar cycle in the same pattern as the Newark earthwork 60 miles to the north, sits on the bluff above the Scioto just south of Chillicothe. Hopeton Earthworks, a complex of geometric enclosures including a large circle and square, sits on the bottomland just north of town. Mound City, now part of Hopewell Culture National Historical Park, sits just north of Chillicothe and contains the dense concentration of burial mounds and mortuary structures from which the most extraordinary collection of Hopewell ceremonial objects ever recovered was excavated in the early 20th century. Seep, Earthworks, Liberty, Earthworks, Shriver Circle, Frankfurt Works. The names accumulate, the sites cluster, and all of them are connected spatially and culturally in a pattern that suggests not a random scatter of independent communities, but a deliberately organized ceremonial landscape in which the placement of each earthwork complex was related to the others by both geography and cosmological intention. The Scioto Valley Hopewell ceremonial landscape was a designed environment, not designed in the sense that a single architect sat down and drew up a plan for the whole thing, but designed in the sense that the decisions about where to build each successive earthwork complex were made with reference to the existing pattern, with an awareness of what was already there and what the new addition would mean in relation to it. The landscape as a whole was the artwork, and each individual earthwork complex was a brushstroke in a painting that covered hundreds of square miles. Walking through this landscape today with the knowledge of what is there and what it meant is an experience that does something to your sense of scale that is very difficult to describe. You are inside an artwork. You are moving through a sacred geography that was deliberately constructed by human beings who cared intensely about the relationship between the earth and the sky, and the community and the dead and the cosmos, and who expressed that caring in the only medium large enough to hold it, the land itself, and the land holds it still 2,000 years later, waiting for the attention that the scale of the achievement deserves. Let us spend a few moments with the question of what we mean when we say civilization, because I think it is worth examining that word carefully in the context of this history. The standard definitions of civilization in Western academic discourse have typically emphasized a cluster of features: writing, cities, monumental architecture, state-level political organization, surplus agriculture, social stratification, professional specialization. The civilizations of the ancient Mediterranean and the Near East, Egypt and Mesopotamia, and Rome and Greece, developed most or all of these features and have therefore served as the template against which other societies are usually measured. When pre-Columbian North American societies are measured against this template, most of them fall short in one or more of the standard criteria. The Hopewell had monumental architecture and trade networks and social stratification and probably some degree of political organization, but no cities and no writing. The Mississippians had cities and monumental architecture and state-level political organization and surplus agriculture, but no writing in the conventional sense. The Chacoans had monumental architecture and roads and astronomical sophistication and a regional political economy, but no writing and no cities in the strict sense. The result has been that these societies are often described as complex or pre-state or chiefdom level, with the implication that they somehow fell short of the civilizational threshold. But this way of measuring is problematic. It takes a particular historical trajectory, the trajectory of the Old World Bronze Age civilizations, as the universal norm against which all other human social development is measured. And it treats the specific features of that trajectory, writing, cities, states, as the only valid markers of civilizational achievement. This is historically and anthropologically unjustifiable. Writing is a technology for information storage and transmission. Oral tradition is also a technology for information storage and transmission. The fact that oral traditions leave less durable physical traces does not mean they are inherently inferior as cognitive or cultural achievements. The Iliad and the Odyssey were oral compositions preserved and transmitted orally for centuries before they were written down. The Vedas were composed and transmitted orally for centuries, possibly millennia, before they were committed to writing. The fact that pre-Columbian North American intellectual traditions were maintained orally rather than in writing tells us something about the specific historical circumstances of those civilizations. It does not tell us that they were less sophisticated or less worthy of the label civilization. Cities are one form of human settlement concentration. Dense village clusters connected by roads and trade networks are another form. Platform mound centers surrounded by dispersed residential populations are another. The fact that Cahokia organized its population differently from Babylon or Alexandria tells us something about Cahokia's specific environmental and social context. It does not tell us that Cahokia was less of a city or less of a center of power and complexity than those places. The definition of civilization should not be a checklist that preselects one historical trajectory as the universal standard and then judges all other trajectories as deficient. It should be a description of the range of ways that human beings have organized complex collective life. And by that measure, the pre-Columbian civilizations of North America were civilizations. They organized complex collective life. They built monuments that endured for millennia. They developed intellectual traditions of genuine sophistication. They created beautiful and meaningful art. They managed their environment sustainably for centuries. They participated in continental scale networks of exchange and communication. They were, in every meaningful sense of the word, civilized. The failure to recognize them as such is not a failure of the evidence. It is a failure of the measuring stick. There is a moment in the archaeological literature on Cahokia that has always struck me as one of the most quietly devastating sentences in the entire field of American archaeology. It comes from the work of Timothy Pocketot, one of the leading researchers on Cahokia, who observed that at the peak of Cahokia's power and influence, the city was drawing in people from across a vast territory, that migrants from hundreds of miles away were arriving in the city and settling there, and that within a few generations of Cahokia's abandonment, the descendants of those migrants were scattered back across the landscape, carrying with them the cultural forms and the ideological commitments of the Cahokian world, which then seeded the subsequent Mississippian cultures of the surrounding region. Cahokia did not just collapse. It exploded outward. Its ideas and its institutions and its ceremonial forms traveled with its diaspora and shaped the subsequent history of the entire region. This is not how we usually think about the decline of pre-Columbian civilizations. We think about them as endings, as collapses, as losses, and they were losses. The specific achievements of Cahokia as a place, the great mounds, the organized plazas, the concentration of craft specialization and ceremonial activity, all of that was lost when the city emptied. But the ideas that had animated Cahokia did not disappear. They traveled, they transformed, they became part of the substrate on which subsequent civilizations grew. This pattern of transformation, rather than simple disappearance, is characteristic of pre-Columbian North American civilizational history more broadly. The Hopewell interaction sphere collapsed around 500 AD, but the cultural traditions that the Hopewell had participated in did not simply vanish. They were transformed into the successor cultures of the woodland period and eventually into the Mississippian tradition that emerged several centuries later. The Chacoan system collapsed in the mid-12th century, but the ancestral Puebloan tradition did not disappear. It contracted and reorganized and eventually produced the remarkable Pueblo IV communities of the Rio Grande Valley. The Hohokam Canal system collapsed in the 14th and 15th centuries, but the O'odham peoples, who are the Hohokam's descendants, maintained cultural continuity with their ancestors' tradition in their own ways. Pre-Columbian North American civilization was not a collection of brief, isolated episodes of complexity that each ended and were replaced by emptiness. It was a continuous, evolving, transforming story of human achievement on this continent spanning thousands of years, involving dozens of distinct cultural traditions, and producing a legacy that is still present, still living, in the indigenous communities that are the inheritors of all of it. The night is very deep now. The questions are quieter, or perhaps they have simply become part of the fabric of the darkness, woven into the silence between breaths. Let me tell you about one last thing before I let the dark have you entirely. There is a practice in some Pueblo communities called watching for the sun. An elder or a designated sun watcher goes out each morning before dawn and climbs to a high place and watches the horizon for the specific point where the sun will rise, and the position of that sunrise relative to landmarks on the horizon tells the community what day of the ceremonial year it is, when the planting ceremony should begin, when the kachina dances should be held, when the other ceremonial obligations of the year fall due. It is an ancient practice. It connects the person doing it to all the sun watchers who have done the same thing from the same or similar vantage points for a very long time. The act is simple. A person stands on a high place in the dark before dawn and watches for the light to come. But the meaning of the act is enormous. It is the act of keeping time for a community, of maintaining the connection between the human world and the cosmic calendar, of saying, on behalf of everyone who depends on you, we know what day it is. We know where we are in the year. We have not lost track of the great cycles that govern our lives. The Hopewell people who aligned the Newark octagon to the lunar cycle were doing something conceptually related to what the Pueblo sun watcher does. They were keeping track of the great cycles. They were saying, we know where we are in the wheel of time. We have built our understanding into the landscape so that even if we forget, the land will remember for us. The Chakowans, who oriented their great houses to the solstices and built the sun dagger at Fajita Butte, were doing the same thing. The builders of Woodhenge at Cahokia, who aligned their cedar post to the spring. Equinox, sunrise over Monk's Mound, were doing the same thing. Across thousands of years and hundreds of miles, the same impulse, to know where you are in time, to encode that knowledge in the permanent landscape, to say to whoever comes after, this is what we understood about the world, and this is how we kept track of it. There is something deeply moving about that impulse when you sit with it. It is not just practical, though it has practical dimensions. It is also an expression of the desire to belong to something larger than the individual human life. To say, the cycles of the sky are real, and they govern us, and we are not helpless before them, because we understand them, and our understanding is written into the world around us in a form that will outlast any individual memory. That is what the megastructures of pre-Columbian North America are at their deepest level. They are expressions of the human desire to be oriented in time and space, to belong to a cosmos that can be known and that responds to being known, to say to the sky and the earth, we see you, we have learned your patterns, and we have made our knowing permanent in the landscape of our home. The mounds and the earthworks, and the roads and the great kivas, and the cliff dwellings and the canal systems are all, in different ways, instruments of orientation, ways of knowing where you are, ways of saying, we are not lost. We know the cycles, we know the directions, we know the geography of the sacred. We are at home here, on this earth, under this sky, in this particular place, in the long turning of time. And that, finally, is what it means to lose these civilizations, not just the engineering achievements and the trade networks and the artistic traditions and the agricultural systems. It means losing the orientation, the specific knowledge of how to be at home in a specific place and time that these civilizations had accumulated over centuries and encoded into the landscape of their homeland. That knowledge is not entirely gone. It survives in the oral traditions and the ceremonial practices and the ecological knowledge and the sacred geographies of the indigenous communities that are these civilizations' descendants. But it has been damaged, and the work of repairing it is ongoing. And the first step in that work, perhaps, is simply to know what was there, to know the names of the places and the achievements they represent, to know that 5,400 years ago, someone on the lower Mississippi built an 11-mound complex aligned to the cardinal directions that is still there in the Louisiana earth today, to know that 2,000 years ago, a people in the Ohio River Valley encoded the 18-year cycle of the moon into a geometric earthwork that covered 4 square miles, to know that 900 years ago, the largest city north of Mexico sat in the American bottom east of the Mississippi, and that we have named it after a later people who had no connection to it, because we lost the name of the people who actually built it. To know these things is to begin to know the depth of what this continent holds and what happened here before the history. Most of us were taught begins, and knowing it changes you in ways that are hard to articulate, but that are real. You become a little more careful when you're in the landscape, a little more attentive to the slight rises in the fields, the unusual alignments of natural features, the patterns in the distribution of trees and stones and soil colors that might, if you look carefully enough and know enough to look, reveal the presence of something old and intentional beneath the surface. You become a little more humble before the depth of human time on this continent, a little less sure that the history you were taught is the complete story, and you become perhaps a little more curious, a little more willing to ask the questions that the standard narrative doesn't ask, a little more open to the possibility that the world you live in is stranger and richer and more layered with human meaning than any school textbook has ever quite captured. That curiosity is the best thing you can take from this night's journey. Not any specific fact or date or site, though those matter too, but the habit of wondering, the habit of looking at the landscape and asking what came before, the habit of taking seriously the possibility that the ordinary ground beneath your feet has an extraordinary history and that the story of that history is worth knowing. The megastructures are in the ground, the alignments are in the sky, the questions are still open, and the night is very still. And perhaps, if you listen carefully enough, in the silence between your own heartbeats, you can hear something very faint and very old. Not words, not music exactly, but something like the sound of thousands of years of human presence on this land, still resonant, still here, still asking to be known. Good night. The mounds are patient, and so, tonight, are you. There is something we have not yet talked about that belongs in this story, something that connects the deep pre-Columbian past to the immediate present in a way that is both scientifically remarkable and personally resonant for anyone thinking carefully about where they live and what it means. It is the question of names. Most of the landscapes we have been discussing tonight carry names that were assigned by European settlers and explorers who had no knowledge of or interest in the pre-Columbian history of the places they were naming. Monk's Mound at Cahokia is named for the Trappist monks who farmed its lower terrace in the early 19th century, not for the people who built it. Poverty Point is named for the nearby Poverty Point Plantation, itself named for reasons that had nothing to do with the extraordinary ancient site that lay on its land. Chaco Canyon takes its name from the Spanish word for a kind of scrubby desert plant. The Hopewell culture is named for a 19th century Ohio farmer named Mordecai Hopewell, on whose property one of the key archaeological sites was excavated, a man who had no connection whatsoever to the civilization that bears his name today. The Hohokam culture is somewhat better in this regard, as the name comes from the O'odham language and means something like those who have gone or those who are used up, a name given by the O'odham people themselves to the ancient ruins in their territory that they recognized as the works of their ancestors. And the ancestral Puebloans, the preferred term today for what was once called the Anasazi, takes its name from the living Pueblo, people's self-identification. The naming of these sites and cultures by European and American researchers in terms that reflected the intellectual and cultural assumptions of 19th century science rather than the self-understanding of the peoples being named is a microcosm of the broader process of colonial knowledge production that has shaped the way we understand pre-Columbian North American history. The effort to correct these names, where possible, by consulting with the descendant communities and using terms that those communities prefer, is part of the broader project of decolonizing American archaeology and producing a more respectful and more accurate account of the pre-Columbian past. But the names are also a reminder of how recently this history has been taken seriously as history. The farmers and settlers and developers who built their lives on top of the greatest concentrations of pre-Columbian earthworks in North America mostly did not know what they were building on top of, or if they had some awareness of the archaeological heritage beneath their feet, they did not consider it a serious constraint on their right to develop their property as they saw fit. The losses to the archaeological record from agricultural plowing, from the digging of drainage ditches, from the construction of roads and buildings and utilities, are incalculable. Entire site complexes that were documented in the early 19th century by observers like Ephraim Squire and Edwin Davis, the authors of the landmark 1848 work, Ancient Monuments of the Mississippi Valley, no longer exist in the form they were described, if they exist at all. Squire and Davis documented hundreds of earthwork sites across Ohio, Indiana, and neighboring states, with remarkable precision and detail for their era. Comparing their descriptions and measurements to the current state of the sites they described is, in many cases, an exercise in mapping loss. But what remains is still extraordinary, and what remains is increasingly protected, increasingly studied with the sophisticated tools of 21st century archaeology and remote sensing and ancient DNA analysis, increasingly understood in its complexity and its significance. The story of pre-Columbian North America is not finished. It is being actively written, and each new discovery, each new application of a new technique to an old question, each new conversation between archaeologists and the indigenous communities whose ancestors built the sites being studied adds something to the picture. The picture is incomplete and will always be incomplete, but it is growing, and the direction of growth is toward recognition of the depth and sophistication of what happened here before the history. Most of us were taught begins, and that recognition, slow and imperfect, as it is, matters. It matters for the accuracy of our collective self-understanding as a society built on a specific landscape with a specific history. It matters for the indigenous peoples whose ancestors built these places and whose connection to them deserves to be honored rather than ignored. It matters for the intellectual enterprise of understanding human beings, what we are capable of, what we have achieved across the full range of our history on every continent. And it matters, perhaps most immediately, for the quality of the curiosity that you carry into your own life, your own relationship to the landscape around you, your own sense of what it means to be here, on this earth, in this specific place, inheriting a history that runs much deeper than the official version has usually acknowledged. The mounds are patient, the stars are old, the questions are inexhaustible, and the night, for now, is yours. And one more thing, quietly, before the silence. The people who watched the moon from the Newark Octagon 2,000 years ago were not watching it because they had nothing better to do. They were watching it because the moon governed things that mattered deeply to them. The timing of ceremonies, the planting of crops, the movement of animals through the landscape, the calculation of time across seasons and years, and the longer cycles that connected generations to each other and to whatever understanding of the cosmos they had arrived at through centuries of careful observation and accumulated insight. The moon was not just a light in the sky to them. It was a clock, a calendar, a cosmological presence that had a specific relationship to human life and human meaning. And they took that relationship seriously enough to build, by hand, over years and decades, a geometric earthwork complex covering 4 square miles that encoded the moon's 18-year cycle into the permanent landscape of their homeland. That seriousness is not primitive. That seriousness is profound. It reflects a relationship to the natural world and to the passage of time that most of us, in our screen-lit, climate-controlled, schedule-driven modern lives, have lost almost entirely. We do not watch the moon rise. We do not know the lunar cycle with the intimacy that the Newark builders did. We do not feel, most of us, any particular relationship between our own lives and the great cycles of the sky. And perhaps that loss, that specific disconnection from the rhythms that governed human life for hundreds of thousands of years before the present, is part of what makes it so moving to encounter these ancient places and to understand what they were built for. They remind us of something we have forgotten, something about the human capacity for sustained attention to the world, something about the desire to know where you are in time and space and to make that knowing permanent. Something about the relationship between the human community and the cosmos it inhabits. The mounds and the earthworks and the roads and the cliff dwellings and the canal systems are not just archaeological sites. They are also, if you let them be, invitations. Invitations to pay the kind of attention to the world that the people who built them paid. Invitations to notice the rising and the setting of the moon and the sun, to feel the turn of the seasons, to ask what the landscape around you remembers that you have forgotten. The night is very quiet now. The questions are very still. Let the stars be with you as you sleep, and let the mounds be patient. They are very good at patience. They have had a long time to practice. Somewhere right now, under the same sky that has watched over every civilization on this continent for thousands of years, the mounds are waiting. The stones of Chaco are cooling in the desert night. The earthworks of the Ohio River Valley are holding their shapes in the dark. The ruins of Cahokia are sitting quietly at the edge of a city that does not know what it is sitting next to. The cliff dwellings of Mesa Verde are empty and patient and very old. All of it is still there. All of it is waiting. And the story of all of it is just beginning to be properly known. That is not nothing. That is, in fact, everything. Sleep well.